We'll begin our ceremony at 9:05. So we have 2 minutes to go. 저기 지금 예. 5분 되면 시작하겠습니다. 방송 준비됐어요? 오케이. 5분에 시작할게요. 예. 들어가겠습니다. Good morning, dear guests and honorable participants. Welcome to the fourth Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North. This is a follow-up academic international conference. I am Kyung Jung, the Vice Head of the HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Glad to meet you. So we'll begin our ceremony by inviting head of our project team, Professor Kang Jun-young, to deliver his welcome speech, please.
Okay. Good morning, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Kang Jun-young. I'm the head of the HK+ National Strategic Research Project Agency at the Center for International Area Studies, Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. Since the National Research Foundation of Korea selected us for the Humanities Korean Plus, HK+ project in May 2020, our agency made significant strides in expanding traditional cooperation and communication with northern regions through cultural exchanges. This effort is grounded in the agenda. Searching for the supranational cooperation and communications, identifying the context with northern culture and building a cultural hub for the creation of unification-friendly circumstances. Our ongoing efforts have culminated in the Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North, a platform that took its first step on April 8, 2021, and has now reached its first instrument, this forum, a significant catalyst for cultural and strategic discussions has been enriched by your invaluable expertise as governmental officials, diplomats, scholars, and business leaders, cultural artists, and related experts from multiple fields. Your participation has been instrumental in making this event a success and is fostering the crucial cooperation and communication we need. The first forum, especially today's follow-up international conference, has selected the theme facing the new era, seeking supranational solidarity in the return of great power competition. This theme reflects an attempt to explore the path we must take in today's world, which is filled with complexity and uncertainty, where it is difficult to predict even the near future. The various armed conflicts, economic disputes, and chronic international migration issues occurring around the globe at this very moment underscore the importance of geopolitical and geoeconomic considerations and strategic choices. We desperately need to have deeper discussions about what our strategy should be based on. This follow-up international conference with the participation of various experts will provide a critical opportunity for in-depth discussions on the cultural and strategic relationships between Korea and the world and future cooperation. I sincerely hope that today's conference will not only be a significant step toward fostering cooperation and communication between the different regions, but also a beacon of hope for future collaborations, ultimately contributing to world peace and instilling a sense of hope and I optimize in all of us. Several individuals and organizations are to be thankful for hosting this forum. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the Institute of Middle East Studies at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies for their invaluable support in co-hosting this international conference with our project agency. My thanks also go to Dr. Kim Hyun-wook, the president of Sejong Institute, who graciously agreed to give the keynote speech despite his busy schedule. I also express my special gratitude to the presenters and panelists from Kazakhstan, Turkey, Azerbaijan, and Italy and Japan, who traveled from afar to participate in the conference, and various domestic and international presenters and panelists. Lastly, I extend my heartfelt thanks to all the participants and collaborators who have worked tirelessly to prepare for this international conference. Your individual contributions, whether large or small, have not gone unnoticed, and I declare the opening of follow-up international conference of the Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North of 2024 with deep appreciation for your efforts. Your contributions have been invaluable and are deeply appreciated. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Head. Well, actually, we have invited scholars and experts from 8 different countries. But unfortunately, a participant from Azerbaijan and a participant from Kyrgyzstan could not make their promise because something unexpected difficulties happened to them. So we are sorry about that. But instead of them, we could have invited Our prestigious keynote speaker, the president of Sejong Institute, Dr. Kim Hyun-wook. So I'd like to invite him to the podium for his keynote speech. Please welcome him with a big applause.
Thank you so much. Very honored to have an opportunity to deliver a keynote speech today. The theme of today's speech is current international system and supranational cooperation. I thank Professor Kang Junyoung, head of HK National Strategies Research Project Agency, and I also thank Professor Jung Gi-hoon for hosting this conference today. International system is now facing an inflection point. After the end of Cold War, the US-centered global system has faced two inflection points. The first one was the September 11th terrorist attack. After this attack, the US homeland was terrored. Before it was regarded as a bulwark against external threat. The September 11th terrorist attack was an attack from inside, not from outside. And it was an attack from non-governmental terrorist group, not a state actor. So the United States, after this attack, changed its national security strategy paradigm. It changed its defense strategies, and the United States began to ask allies to contribute to the United States security policy. The second inflection point, I think, was 2008 global financial crisis. The United States hegemonic status became weaker, and after this financial crisis, the global system changed from unipolar to bipolar system. The China began to rise, and Chinese policy towards the United States began to change. Hu Jintao of China began to pursue equal partnership with the United States. And from my perspective, the US Obama government's foreign policy, China policy, and North Korea policy was a mess. The United States could not respond properly to challenges from China and North Korea. Third and current inflection point, I think, is US-China competition. After Trump came into power in 2017, he began to demonize China and began to shift the US public opinion towards anti-Chinese sentiment. He put the China-US competition as an ideological and regime competition, and this trend still continues. In fact, I think China bashing worked. After COVID is over, China's economy is getting worse. China is experiencing low demand and high debt problem and demographic problem and US-China decoupling, and Chinese politics by Xi Jinping is making the Chinese economy worse. After summertime last year, the United States posed its relationship with China as a managed competition. Managed competition means that the United States began to manage the Chinese situation. The US began to think that the United States put the dominance over China in its competition with China and needed to manage Chinese situations. Of course, China still has very high degree of technology on key industries. Chinese semiconductor, electrical vehicle, batteries, smartphones are still quickly developing. What we need to take note is two scenarios. First, whether Chinese high-tech industry can be a basis for economic development of China in the near future. or Chinese economic system, Chinese economic situation would be a hurdle for further high-tech development of China. We don't know which one will be the future of China. Next, I think there are several characteristics of current US-China competition. Current international system is experiencing three characteristics, I think. First characteristic is that United hegemony is getting weaker. Joseph Nye talked about the Kindleberger trap. He mentioned that the reason why there was a 1930s economic recession, global economic recession, is because the United States could not provide the public goods. No, Britain could not provide public goods to the international community. And the United States did not take a role of next hegemon at the time. So when there was no hegemon, the global system becomes a chaos and there is instability. Now the US hegemony is getting weaker. The US GDP is only 24%. It used to be 40% in 1960s. In order to get focused on Taiwan contingency, the United States withdrew forces from Afghanistan and is not participating in Ukraine war and is not very actively participating in Israeli-Palestinian war. Second characteristics of current international system, I think, is the increase of nuclear threats. Vladimir Putin mentioned the possible use of nuclear weapons in the Ukraine war, the use of non-strategic nuclear weapons. The Obama government signed a New START treaty with Russia during his term, but Russia began to develop non-strategic nuclear weapons, and President Trump also began to develop non-strategic nuclear deterrent capability. Now, New START treaty is over. All these situations is a big concern to Asian countries. Asian countries ask questions. What are the measures to deal with possible use of nuclear weapons by China or North Korea? Do we have any massive conventional weapons in this area? Do US forces have any nuclear weapons or massive conventional weapons to deal with possible use of nuclear weapons by Russia, China, or North Korea? Especially Japan has high concern because it is very closely located to Taiwan Island. As Mearsheimer put in 1991 in his article, Why We Will Soon Miss the Cold War, the entire world is entering a nuclear era. Third characteristics of current international system, I think, is that there's no country that could replace the United States. Chinese economy is big, but it is not stable now. China does not have democratic political situation, political system. And China cannot be mingled with other countries of the world easily. Totalitarian regime-based values cannot provide international norms and order that rest of the world can agree upon. Chinese economy and technology cannot be enough assets for global leadership. And I think the end point of current US-China competition will give high degree of uncertainty to international community. In this vein, supranational cooperation is becoming very important. There's no hegemonic stability. Hegemonic instability is becoming large. As the US hegemonic status becomes weaker, there emerges more uncertainty in international community. As the state's dependency on the United States become weaker, global norm making will be more difficult, and international community will experience more regional conflicts. I hope that today's conference can make a big contribution to current international situation. And we want to contribute to how we can substantially strengthen supranational cooperation. I think Robert Gilpin has written a book called, no, it's not Robert Gilpin. It's Joe Nye and two scholars, I forgot the names. After Hegemony, very famous book.
Cohen.
Yeah, Cohen. The essence of the book was that as the US hegemony gotten weaker in 1970s, the international norms could have some rules and norms and roles of the United States. But do we have such norms that can replace the hegemonic stability? I think if there is anything, that could be supranational cooperation. Countries that have interests on international communities' peace and stability should gang together. And how we can solve current global problems through supranational cooperation would be a big homework for us to solve. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President Kim Hyun-ho. His speech made me remind of a famous saying by a poet. After the world collapsed, everything turned into a wall. So that raised the need of supranational solidarity, and this is why we selected the theme of this conference, Facing the New Era, Seeking Supranational Solidarity in the Return of Great Power Competition. So let this be the end of the opening ceremony, and we will take a group picture all together, and then we will go into the first session. Thank you. Good morning, respected guests and expert speakers. I am Kyung Jung, the Vice Head of HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency at the Center for International Area Studies of Hankuk University of Foreign Studies and the chair of the first session. Glad to meet you. It is with immense pride that I stand before you as the chairman of this prestigious international conference. Our team, selected by the National Research Foundation of Korea for the Humanities Korea Plus project in May 2020, has been diligently working on our agenda, searching for the supranational cooperation and communication, identifying the contexts with Northern culture, and building a cultural hub for the creation of unification-friendly circumstances. Your presence here today is a testament to the importance of our shared mission. As a small step towards identifying cultural contact points with the North and establishing a cultural hub, we launched the first Culture and Strategies Forum for the Korean Peninsula and the North on April 8th of 2021. The second forum was held here on May 25, 2022. The third forum took place in Tashkent, Uzbekistan in December 2023. And the fourth forum was held on October 7th, a week ago. I am honored to invite various domestic and international experts to this, to this international academic conference, which is a follow-up meeting. So since its government's founding on August 15th in 1948, Korea has steadily expanded its diplomatic alliances. A closer look at the history of Korean diplomacy reveals two pivotal periods of growth. The first was in 1962, when we established diplomatic relations with 28 different countries, and the second was in 1992 with 18 countries. These two decisive expansions occurred a generation apart. On February 14, 2024, Korea officially established diplomatic relations with Cuba, marking a significant milestone as Cuba became the 193rd country with which Korea has diplomatic relations, establishing ties with all UN member countries except Syria and non-UN member Kosovo. The expansion of Korea's diplomatic reach, particularly toward the North, was made possible by the Northern Policy. Initially shaped by President Park Chung-hee's June 23rd declaration in 1973, the Northern Policy was announced with President Notheu's inaugural address and the July 7th declaration in 1988. Korea inaugurated an era of global diplomacy amid the successful hosting of the 1988 Seoul Olympic Games and the trend of the post-Cold War. While the Northern Policy was repackaged through successive administrations, its essential nature remained sustaining cooperation with the North. The Northern Policy and diplomatic moves during Notheu's administration, the globalization policy and market opening in Kim Young-sam's administration, Kim Dae-jung's Sunshine Policy and the Iron Silk Road, Nomia's Northeast Asian Peace and Prosperity Policy and the Northeast Asian Balance Theory, Lee Myung-bak's comprehensive pragmatic diplomacy and the three major new Silk Roads, Park Geun-hye's Trust Politic and the Eurasian Initiative, Moon Jae-in's Northeast Asia Plus Community of Responsibility and New Northern Policy, and the Yoon Suk-yeol administration's contribution as a global pivotal state for freedom, peace, and prosperity. These represent Korea's call and efforts to connect with the North and the world. Today's International Academic Conference aligns with these efforts, and we can discuss the various issues facing the Korean Peninsula and the world. Let me invite three speakers and today's first session presentation. First of all, Naomi Hyunju Chi, the professor from the Graduate School of Public Policy in Hokkaido University. Valeria Gianotta, the director of Observatory on Turkey, Italian Center for International Political Studies. Peter Ward, from Research Fellow in Sejong Institute. And we also have three panelists. Professor Hong Jung-min, from the Faculty of Sciences and Humanities, State University of New York, Korea. Professor Ju Jae-woo from the Department of Chinese Studies at Kyunghee University. Professor Kim Jin-young, HK+ National Strategies Research Project Agency. Okay, so our time together is precious, and we are grateful for your participation. Our allotted time is 90 minutes. The presenters are kindly asked to complete their presentations within 15 to 20 minutes. At 15 minutes, I raise my hand to indicate the time. Following the presentation, I will invite the three discussants to lead the discussions, and if we have more time, I will give mic to the floor, then we can wrap up the session. So I'd like to invite Naomi Hyunju Chi for the first presenter of the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. My name is Naomi. I'm from Hokkaido University. Nice to meet you all. Should I do the standing or should I sit? Okay, so I will present to you while sitting in my seat. Okay, first of all, I would like to thank Professor Chang and all the professors that brought us here. Thank you very much for the organization of the conference. It's really nice to be here and to meet with our fellow colleagues. So the title of this panel is about supranational cooperation. My presentation is going to be, I think, the anomaly of this session because I'm not going to be looking at state actors because I don't do states. I'm actually a people person. I do East Asia. I work on gender and migration and minorities in East Asia. So my presentation is going to be. I'm going to actually present about a story about ordinary citizens just like us getting together to cooperate for peace. So it'll be a very different, I think, presentation than my other speakers today. But I would like to introduce you to this efforts that are being made by ordinary citizens in Japan and Korea. So the title is Who Will Save Their Souls? And I think you'll understand why I'm talking about people's souls. So I would like to start my presentation. So just a general introduction. So as I said, I'm a professor at the Graduate School of Public Policy at Hokkaido University. I work on law politics. I work on gender, migration, social inclusion. So not an II person. So my presentation is going to be about civil society and the cooperation within the civil societies of Japan and Korea. Okay, so that's the content of today's presentation. So I'm going to be talking about this effort that's being made in a very, very small town of Horokanai in Hokkaido, which probably you've never all heard of. And it's right next to a lake called Shumarinai. And I will also talk about the activities of this NPO, a nonprofit organization called the East Asian Citizens Network. And at the end, I will have a tentative conclusion mentioning some of the impacts and implications of the activities of this organization. So Shumarinai so Hokkaido is the northernmost island in Japan. Sapporo is the biggest city. That's where our university is. And it's also where the beer is made, Sapporo beer, that's made in the city that I work in. Shumarinai is about 4 hours away from Sapporo. It's about an hour away from the second biggest city in Hokkaido, which is Asahikawa. And as I said, Shumarinai is a lake. Now this becomes important because the people, the victims, the victims were victims that died during the construction of a dam that is next to this lake. Okay, so during the Pacific War, between 1939 and 1945, about 700 to 800,000 Koreans were forcibly mobilized in various parts of Japan, of which 145,000 were historically mobilized in Hokkaido. And that's actually the site of the Shumarinai Dam construction. Now, that's what it looks like currently, the left-hand side photo, yeah? So the victims of the Shumarinai Dam construction sites, and also there was a railroad construction, and that's where many of, not only Japanese, but also forced Korean laborers that worked at the construction site for the railroad and also for this dam. Because the winters in Hokkaido are very severe, and in this area, it can go down to -40. And they lived in very extreme conditions. There was no heating, proper heating. So they all died of fatigue and also because of the cold weather. And so they were, so while they were working on these construction sites, they had fallen ill and some of them passed away. And they were buried in this nearby bamboo grove, right behind this, if the photo right here on the right-hand side, that's the temple where the victims were, so they were mourning the victims at the nearby temple called Ko-enji. There's a bamboo forest right behind it, and that's where the victims were buried. This is one of the key figures in the story that I'm going to tell you today. He's a Buddhist monk, Yoshihiko Tonohira-san, and he's a Buddhist priest of Ichijoji Temple, which is part of the Honganji sect. His temple is in Fukagawa, but he heard of the victims of the Korean forced laborers, and he went to Shumarinai and he started to excavate the region, and he found these mortuary tablets of the victims, and he decided to excavate them and to find the lost souls and to mourn for them. And he started this in the late 1970s and to the early 1980s. And he also wrote extensively about his activities. This is one of his books, and he's also written several other books. But a very key figure in bringing these people together to excavate these lost souls and to mourn for them. So this is in 1995. He felt that their stories, these Koreans, forced laborers, their stories should not be forgotten. And so he wanted to share with as many people as possible. So what he did was he decided to make an exhibition hall, which told the stories of these victims at this temple. So the temple looked like this originally, and then they renovated a little bit. And this was the past exhibition hall. And they call it the Sasano Bohyo. Sasano Bohyo means literally bamboo tombstone. So these were the mortuary tablets that he found. And so what he did was he carefully excavated them, and he brought it to the exhibition hall, and he wrote about these stories. What he did was he tried to find the families of these people, and also there's been a ceremony where the Korean families would come to Shumarinai, and they would give the souls back to the Korean family. And this is one of the ceremonies. On the right-hand side, the photo, that's one of the ceremonies that they had in Shumarinai. And in 1997, he decided that he wanted to expand this further. And what he did was he set up a nonprofit organization called the East Asian Citizens Workshop, East Asian Citizens Network. And through the NPO, what he did was he set up this East Asian Joint Workshop, where he invited young Japanese people, young Korean people, also from Taiwan, and also from China, to come together to excavate the lost souls together. So if you can see the photos on the right-hand side, that's when they're actually digging up some of these victims' bones, right? And what they did was they found at least 200, over 200 lost souls, like the bones of the remains of the people, and they carefully excavated them, and they had decided to put their remains in the exhibition hall and to let people know their story. So the workshops take place in the winter when it snows 5 meters a year in Hokkaido. So I mean, it's really deep in snow, but we still have people coming from all over the world, including the countries, as I mentioned, Japan, Korea, Taiwan. And they come together in the very cold winter and have workshops and to share their stories, and also to think about peace and reconciliation together. And they've been doing this since 1997 for every year except for during COVID. So we meet every year to share again our stories about how we would like to go forward to think about peace and reconciliation. Now, because as I said, there's heavy snowfall. What happened was because this temple is made by wood. It's a wooden building, and so it collapsed because of the snow in 2000. And so the next project that Tonohira-san, the Buddhist monk, what he did was what he did was he decided to have a crowdfunding to make the new to rebuild the building that would be more stronger, and so that it can it would be resistance to the snow. And so in 2 years during COVID, from 2020 after the collapse of the building to 2022, he collected he collected quite a bit of money, and they were able to build this new building. Now, one of the interesting things about this particular activity is that backgrounds are all very different. Some are Christians, some are Buddhists. We also had a lot of Ainu people that joined these ceremonies. And during the excavation, we had the indigenous people of Hokkaido, is called the Ainu, and they prayed at the site in the traditional Ainu rituals. And we all came together, regardless of our religion, to pray for the lost souls. And while they're doing the construction, what we did with the exhibitions was we took it all over Japan. So from Shimarinai, we took it to Tokyo, to Osaka, to various parts of Japan, and we had these moving exhibitions. So we took some of the mortuary tablets and also the photos and the stories of these victims, and we had these temporary exhibitions in many of the big cities in Japan. So this is the new building that which opened in September 27th last month, and we had an opening ceremony. I unfortunately couldn't make it because I had another conference in Fukuoka, but over 200 people had gathered, and they were at the opening ceremony of this new building. You can see it's it's a very modern construction now, so that it's snow resistant, so it won't collapse again. So people from, not only from Japan, but people from Korea and also people from Taiwan joined the opening ceremony. Okay. Oh, and one of the, I just wanted to share this one quotation by Tonohira-san. I asked him, so why do you bring Ainu people, and why do you, what is one of the reasons why you do this? And he said that there's no national, ethnic, or religious barriers to mourning, so that's why he felt that it was important to bring people from different countries, from different cultures, different religion, because we all mourn, right? If our loved ones pass away, we mourn, right? And so it's the same feeling across any country. So that's one of the key ideas of this activity, is that it's, regardless of our differences, regardless of our disputes, mourning is something we all share, right? And so he felt that it was important to share these people's stories and to mourn together, as in solidarity. So I just wanted to, the next, I have 2 more slides and I'll finish, but I just wanted to share with you another quotation by one of the participants. She's actually second generation Zainichi Korean, third generation Zainichi Korean who had been participating in these workshops since the beginning, since 1997. And she said, quote, "When I was in my 30s, I took part in the workshop with the hope that together with the young people from Korea and Zainichi Koreans, among others, right, from Taiwanese and Japanese, I would release the resentment of our people. The souls that cannot be liberated. But now, everyone I have connected with through the same experience is an important friend who will create the future. The theme of the workshop is, let's dig up the past together, look at the problems of the present, and create the future together. And I hope to create such a place," is what she had told me. So this is my last slide. Implications, I think there's quite a bit, but I'm just going to leave you with this last slide. In the midst of the political problems and the turmoil in international society and international system, not only in East Asia, but all over the world, I think this kind of activity by young people gives the opportunity to think about how we can face up to the past and what we can do to facilitate the reconciliation process and to maintain peace in the region. And the key point is that we come together as a group, regardless of our differences. And I thought I wanted to share this story with you because I thought it's another way to look at peace process and reconciliation. So I will leave you with that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Naomi Hanjuchi. Well, actually, the title of the presentation was Who Will Save Their Souls? I have to save my soul first. So, well, she pointed out the need of looking at the present, and we have to cooperate together to make a better future. And the title of the session is Building Solidarity Through Supranational Cooperation. And the next presenter is Valeria Gianotta from Italy, the director of the Observatory on Turkey, Italian Center for International Political Studies. Her title is Turkey as a solidarity promoter. Well, the Korea wanna be the solidarity promoter also. So I give the mic to Valeria, so please.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's really an honor to be here today. And thank you for the attendees to be here and to participate, and also to my distinguished colleagues. I'm sure they will give a fruitful contribution to the discussion. As it is my first entrance to Asia and to Korea, I feel really honored, actually, and happy to be here. And also, I'm quite happy to talk about Turkey, because I know that Turkey is quite a good partner of Korea, beside the great activism of Ankara at global level. How I will proceed in this presentation? Basically, I will provide some definition of solidarity, and then I will address the current dynamics in our current global system, which is quite challenging, I will say. And then I will entangle the role of the emerging powers, and specifically the role of Turkey as a solidarity promoter. Definitely, many scholars from a different perspectives have been addressed the topic of solidarity. But the main definition that we may provide is sort of solidarity refers to a relations binding actors, binding people, individuals, but also if we arise the level of our analysis at regional, international level, solidarity is made by relations binding these international regional actors upon a spirit of cohesion. And basically, if we translate this definition into the international system, we can see that nowadays, more than ever, there are many initiatives aiming at creating a new solidarity platform within the frame of a cooperation tool, cooperative approaches and institutions, based on mutual interest and shared vision, also shared and common feelings and approaches to international politics, and eventually leading as the final goal to a new internationalism, a new interpretation of global justice based on some specific values, basically, based on a more democratic system, a more fair system, and more accountable system. And definitely, in order to reach this topic, we need also to act and to define solidarity from a normative approach. So basically, solidarity related to a normative vision is defined by some scholars, sociologists, as a mutual attachment between people, normatively regulated by mutual and positive obligations. And I think I will start from this last definition in order to enter in the main topic, which is the solidarity within the global system throughout the return of the great power competition. How we address solidarity diplomatically is it can be addressed from different perspectives, a different point of view, throughout negotiation, throughout diplomacy, throughout public diplomacy, throughout institution building as well, throughout as well people-to-people diplomacy. And those are all approaches that they are much needed within the current global system. Why? Because definitely we are living in a very hectic time, and the current global system is going through a constant transformation dynamic. And the current global system we are living in is very complex in terms of the number of actors. They are having a stake in the international dynamics. In terms of the complexity of the issues, I mean, the issues can be just hybrid issues. There are new issues arising on the table, not just conventional issues, but also hybrid issues. And we are not well prepared in addressing all these issues, tackling different sectors from politics, from security, stability, but also economy, environment, health, as it was evident along the pandemic COVID-19. Also in terms of logistics and connection. So basically, in this global system, I will say that we are also, if we look from the polarity point of view, we are living in a new multipolar global system. And this multipolarity has been recorded at different levels, not just at sovereign national level, but also at regional level as well. And this, of course, is adding more complexity to the dynamics, and also from the point of view of an analyst, is adding, it requires a greater effort in order to understand and to make a picture of what's happening in this world. But basically, when it comes to the main issue of the global system, beside the many challenges and threats, I will say that the main issue, the mother of any other issue, is the lack of a global leadership nowadays, or at least the leadership that we have at global level, it's not effective anymore in addressing the challenges, in coping with the threats in a very effective way. And beside the lack of global leadership, and when I speak about global leadership, definitely I refer to UN and UN system mainly, there is also the inadequate response by the great powers, by the key actors in the international system that, as it has been addressed in the opening remarks, they are affected by a sort of lack of vision and also a sort of crisis of leadership as well. And in this big basket, which is very complex related to the global environment, definitely there are also space for opportunities beside the challenges. And these opportunities, in my opinion, have been taken by the so-called emerging powers. So the emerging powers are the main actors that they are trying to find their space in order to reduce the risk for their survival within a highly competing and international system made by high degree of rivalries. And also the emerging powers are the ones that they are trying to extend their influence throughout new cooperative approach in order to strengthening also their interest and their power position within the global system. And also the emerging powers, they are the ones, paradoxically, that they are calling for a more sustainable transnational dynamics global system, a more accountable global system. Therefore, in this, I think it's pretty much adequate to mention Turkey, because Turkey as an emerging power has been, first of all, one of the most vocal actors in calling for a reshaping of the UN system, for calling for a fairer world. The president of Turkey, Recep Tayyip Erdogan, has been constantly reiterating under the motto, the world is bigger than five and a fairer world is possible, that we need to start changing something at global governance level in order to tackle, in order to entangle the main challenges. But also I do believe that beside the international approach of Turkey, Turkey is a peculiar case of analysis because it has made the solidarity as the main locomotive also for its internal transformation, for its domestic adjustment, and translating that as well at regional and international level. Why I say so? I say so because if we consider the Turkey political stance at the domestic level in the last 20 years, since the AK Party, the Justice and Development Party, by Recep Tayyip Erdogan came to power, he invested a lot in terms of solidarity by creating a sort of community building upon some specific values based on some emotional feelings, some principles, as well based on some community identity principle pivoting on the Muslim understanding and religious understanding of the world, considered as the cement of the relations within Turkey, as well as combine those values with a high interpretation of nationalism and the pride of being Turk. Definitely, once it has consolidated upon solidarity, the community building within domestic level, it also translated this by creating new connections and cooperative frames at regional and international level. I do believe that the turning point of Turkey regional international approach was evident after the second mandate in power of AK Party, and it was globally evident during the so-called 1 minute crisis in Davos, in the meeting of Davos in 2009, when Recep Tayyip Erdogan, at the time was prime minister, he stood up by facing Peres, the then prime minister of Israel, and he left the floor by criticizing actually the Western approach, by criticizing Israel. But beside the criticism, why that was important? Because starting from that point, Erdogan and Turkey has been portrayed itself as the guarantor, as the supporter of the oppressed in the world. And starting from that point, it has been also recognized at regional level as the champion of the oppressed. Within this framework, based and pivoting on the same shared interests and mutual emotions and feelings, Turkey has been established important diplomatic relations and cooperative frames in the region, within the Middle East, regarding to the Islamic world, for example, regarding to the so-called Global South. And also it is becoming evident today that Turkey is rising as a supporter of the Global South, trying to integrate it into the main global dynamics as well. Internationally, this solidarity has been also evident throughout the Turkey membership to the traditional international organizations, UN, NATO, Organization of Islamic Countries, the Council of Europe, the accession process to Europe as well. Regionally, we have plenty of examples. We are here in Korea today, and I think it's quite interesting mentioning the same belonging of Korea and Turkey in the MICTA mechanism beside Mexico, Indonesia, and Australia. Turkey also, upon the solidarity principle, have been part of the G20, and Erdogan, if we analyze the speech, has been talking many times about solidarity. I can provide some example. Let me find. Yes, the term of solidarity has been used extensively, both at domestic level, but also translated at international regional level. For example, around elections, he spoke about we should together come in solidarity and unity. Along the UN General Assembly, both in 2023 and in the most recent one in 2024, Erdogan called for unity and in solidarity in addressing the challenges. Within the Organization of Turkish States, Erdogan stated that the Turkish world act in unity and solidarity. And also within the G20, he referred many times to the international solidarity as a must. And then, of course, on the top of everything, the struggle of Turkey as a vocal actor within the international system in calling for the reform of the UN Security Council, which is no longer reflect the distribution of power within the international system, Therefore, it is a priority in order to address the challenges and the threats that we are all facing. I've done. So basically, by resuming, but I will elaborate further for the publication, I would like to say that throughout institutional building and community building domestically, Turkey has been able to arise as a new balancing actor in the global dynamics, also as a promoter of new cooperative approach for the sake of a better or a just global justice. Thank you.
Thank you, Valeria. Turkey loves you. We also love Turkey. But you pointed out the role of Turkey as a solidarity promoter, and it reminds me of the campaign that was supported by the President Erdogan, "The world is bigger than five." And I also agree with him. And actually, our agency held the seminar to support the idea of the world is bigger than five regarding the reconstruction of the United Nations. And also, well, now the Erdogan went one step further, and now he emphasized the century of Turkey nowadays. But I understand why he argues that kind of slogan as a slogan of the country, because as a promoter of solidarity in the region, not only in the region, but also all over the world. And we can find some similarities with Turkey. Well, as the Korean government argues that we want to be a pivotal axis in Northeast Asia, even though I doubt that we have enough power to invite other countries to follow our orientation. Well, anyway, thank you for your presentation. And the last presenter is Peter Ward from Sejong Institute, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Professor Jung, for hosting our panel, and thank you to the Hankook University of Foreign Studies for making this conference possible. I feel like the angel of death at a happy party, the Grim Reaper who turns up at the Halloween party, at the Christmas party. So the Christmas party, you're all there to celebrate the potential for a wonderful new year and a happy time together. And here I am, come in to tell you, actually, no, I'm going to take you all and you're all going to hell, because I'm going to talk to you about North Korea. And North Korea is the perfect example of where supranational cooperation goes to die, and where supranational cooperation either does not produce the results you want, or unfortunately produces the opposite results. And I was very moved, actually, to listen to Professor Chi's discussion of how supranational cooperation can evolve at the grassroots level. It's so important. And so sadly, we can't really do that in North Korea. Dr. Gionata, I'm sorry if I mispronounced your name, it was really interesting to listen to what you had to say about the constructive role that Turkey can play on the world stage. And obviously, South Korea is trying to play such a role as well, absolutely. But unfortunately, at least as of now, North Korea is definitely not in the region or in the world. Unfortunately. So I'm conscious of the fact that as the Grim Reaper, I'm very unwelcome. So I will try and keep my remarks brief, and I will try and be as hopeful as possible. But when we look at the North Korean situation, we see what the absence of, or the failure of, I would say increasingly the absence of, but before the failure of supranational cooperation can look like. So in the Cold War era, North Korea did not embrace supranational cooperation beyond its own reconstruction in the late 1950s. North Korea did not join Comecon, the CMEA, the Council on Mutual Economic Cooperation and Assistance, which was the Soviet Union's rough equivalent of the European Union or the European Economic Community. North Korea eschewed supranational cooperation because it saw it potentially as a threat to its economic, political, and military autonomy. It was probably not wrong. It was certainly supranational cooperation at its root implies the loss of some sovereignty, the pooling of sovereignty. I think of the European Union, which my country obviously left. But one of the reasons why the UK left the European Union was because it required the UK to give up some sovereignty over its own budget, over its own immigration system, famously and probably most importantly for the referendum. And North Korea does not want to be involved in such schemes, very much at least. Having said that, it has been prepared to submit to diplomatic processes in the past, which could be, if one were to squint, described as supranational. I'm not really sure if the term applies, but if we look at, say, the six-party talks, for instance, which involved Japan, South Korea, China, the United States, Russia, and the European Union, if I remember my sixth party correctly. North Korea was, actually the sixth party was North Korea, I think. So the European Union wasn't involved. But these processes involved multiple partners coming together to discuss this incredibly important security issue in Asia. But this process largely broke down, and in a funny way, quite similar to some other supranational institutions we've seen in the past. On the surface, it was supranational, but in practice, it was a forum in which the Americans and the North Koreans could meet and have a chat, and everyone else was kind of there to sort of smooth out the process and make it easier, as it were. So China acted as a convening space. South Korea sought to encourage the United States and support the United States in what it was doing, and same with Japan. And Russia and China also tried to support North Korea in what they were doing. But anyways, this process broke down and was replaced by nothing, at least initially. So North Korea rapidly began to pursue nuclear weapons with a renewed pace in the early 2010s, and we converged on the second massive crisis of 2017 with no negotiations and no real discussions between North Korea and South Korea on an ongoing basis, or the United States and North Korea. Even China, its relations with North Korea were pretty bad between the 2013 to 17 period. But then we had this. So we escalated to the point of rather terrifying crisis in 2017. There was talks of military action against North Korea on the part of the United States. The Chinese went so far as to cut off North Korean access to oil. This was in 2017 again. Or they cut the supply of crude oil and refined petroleum products to North Korea. I'm not sure if they completely cut it off, but anyways, the data indicates they substantially cut it back. And then the North Koreans decided to come back to the bargaining table. And they kind of pursued a multilateral approach, right? So they sought to improve relations with China, but they also used South Korea as somewhat of a mediator. And for a time in 2018, things looked great, or they looked very exciting. One of my mentors was one of the people sort of trashing the whole idea in public for anyone who would listen. He got invited to some government events and got into a bit of trouble for just saying, nothing's going to happen, nothing's going to come of this, and North Korea will eventually go back to testing missiles because there is no way to fix this problem. And it made him quite unpopular, but he's quite popular again now. But at the time, at least, I was very optimistic because I was young and young and full of vitality and excited about the future. I still kind of am, but less so excited about the future of North Korea. But what we saw is that North Korea was systematically trying to manipulate each partner, as it were, and also use multilateral processes to do that. And it kind of failed, but in some ways it also succeeded. Thereafter, North Korea has largely rejected negotiations with the United States and South Korea. It has sought to perfect its missile and nuclear weapons capabilities, which target both South Korea and the United States. And it seems to be pursuing a strategy of trying to drive a wedge between South Korea and the United States over weapons that target the respective countries. Now, I'm not going to go into too much. I understand this is a dialogue about solidarity, and you probably don't want to listen to me talk about tactical nuclear weapons. But they are a very good example of the failure of solidarity and the failure of supranationalism, I'm afraid. And there are many wonderful examples of supranationalism in the world we live in, including in this part of the world where some of us live as well. But unfortunately, North Korea's nuclear program is definitely not one of them. But the strategy is basically designed to, you have one set of weapon systems which target South Korea, and you have another set of weapon systems that target the United States. And at some point, the US will take the view that the systems that target them are more important and will prioritize those in any negotiations they would have with South Korea. At least that is the strategy that Pyongyang is pursuing. And that is designed to not only endanger the US-ROK alliance, but also emerging supranational or intergovernmental, multilateral cooperation that we are seeing in this part of the world between Japan, South Korea, and the United States with respect to the North Korean nuclear threat. And it's a cunning strategy, but if I'm talking about it, then everyone must know about it who has any power to do anything about it. So we'll see how it plays out. But it's interesting, I referenced it just a moment ago, we are seeing the emergence of supranational cooperation in East Asia and Southeast Asia to try and deal with this problem. Or at least that's kind of how it appears from here, to some extent. From Washington, to some extent, maybe, but obviously the United States is primarily focused on the emerging threat. Emerging may be the wrong word. From Washington's perspective, the emerging threat of China. I'm not taking a view on whether it is a threat or not, although if you go to Washington and look at it from there, I can see why they think so. So the trilateral we're seeing between South Korea, the United States, and Japan, from Washington's point of view, is primarily about China. But from South Korea's point of view, obviously, it's primarily about North Korea. And yet again, from Japan's point of view, at least so far as I know, from talking to Japanese interlocutors and seeing what the Japanese government says, this is primarily about Taiwan, the first island chain of which Japan itself is also a part. So we see these sort of cleavages in this emerging trilateral order, but nonetheless, the North Korean nuclear issue is somewhat, one could say, fostering intergovernmental, supranational, multilateral solidarity between two countries. Permit me to be very blunt. I think that there's not much love lost between Japan and South Korea, sadly. There are a lot of issues that are unresolved, and there's a tremendous amount of anti-Japanese sentiment in this society. But nonetheless, at least for some elements of this society and some parts of the political elite, there is an understanding or a view that at some point, they're going to need to get, now is the time really, to get closer to Japan and to support bilateral and multilateral cooperation also involving the United States to try and deal with the escalating threat of North Korea. I've already used up 10 minutes, so I better get on. I better get moving. On the other side, what we also see is with Russia and China, North Korea would like more supranational cooperation. Probably not of the pooling of sovereignty type. I don't think they're interested in creating an Asian Warsaw Pact or an Asian CMEA for the new era or an Asian European Union. They're not interested in ceding large amounts of economic or political sovereignty to China or Russia, or rather ceding it to a supranational institution that would involve those countries as well. But what they are interested in, obviously, is more support from those countries, not just economic support, which they are receiving plenty, but also potentially political support and military support. Now, it's kind of ancient history now, and it happened before I was born, but I do love to go back into the history of things when I can, because I like to look for instructive lessons from the past. And what I found quite interesting, actually, was to look at the history of Russo-North Korean cooperation, or Soviet-North Korean cooperation. And back in the day, back in the late 1980s, the two countries used to have military exercises together, used to have joint naval exercises. And the North Koreans kind of alluded to their hope that there would be trilateral military exercises between Russia, China, and North Korea. This was last year. Now, obviously, military exercises at the lowest level don't involve much supranationalism. But if you really want to combine multiple forces, you're going to have joint standards. You're going to have some form of communication channels that facilitate joint action. And this will require, well, it's not the kind of supranationalism we want sitting here in South Korea, but this will probably require something that, if you squint yet again, could be looked at as being a bit like supranational solidarity. Now, China is not interested in this, or at least it appears not to be interested in this at the time we find ourselves now. And one of the reasons why is because obviously China wants to be friends with everyone. China is the world's largest merchandise exporter. It's the world's largest manufacturer. It has incredibly important economic relationship with the United States. It would like to be, obviously, like everyone, less dependent on the outside world. But Chinese policymakers are realists, and they understand that they cannot just get involved in harebrained schemes dreamt up in Pyongyang and Moscow, which will seriously damage their economy. So these forms of trilateral cooperation maybe we could say supranational, cooperation are not really happening. And China is making as much noise as it can in public, and also signaling indirectly as much as it can in public and private to indicate that it is not interested in these kinds of activities, and it takes a very dim view of Russo-North Korean cordiality. So since Russia's invasion of Ukraine, we've seen relations between Pyongyang and Moscow substantially improve in many ways, including especially military cooperation. It's probably the most worrying from the point of view of people sitting here and also in Europe as well, because North Korea is not only being probably supplied by Russia with food, which hopefully that will be helping the North Korean people, but also with money and potentially with technology too. And I include some references to that in my presentation document. But we're seeing, we don't know the extent of this cooperation, and we don't know how far it could go, but it could be very, very damaging to security in the region. So I'm afraid, as the angel of death, I'm here to inform you that while my fellow panelists and I'm sure many others in the room have wonderful and really important examples of how supranationalism can work, how it is working, and how it will hopefully foster a more peaceful and prosperous world in the future, I'm here to tell you, if it doesn't work, it can lead to an almighty mess, like the North Korean nuclear situation, which is both threatening to security here, but also threatening to security across the region and across the world. As you all know, South Korea is economically a vital part of the global system. It is emerging regional power politically as well. The sky's the limit. It depends upon the imagination of this country's leadership and its people as to how far this country can go. But the prospects are definitely bright. But it faces an existential security threat at the same time, like very few other countries in the world face. An emerging regional nuclear power that threatens it regularly with annihilation if under certain extremely, shall we say, vaguely worded conditions were to be met. And in such a situation, I mean, we see how important cooperation is, how important supranational solidarity is, and what its absence looks like. So I will leave my remarks there, but it's wonderful to be here, and I look forward to talking some more with you all.
Thank you, Peter. I have to say 2 words. I've never been optimistic with North Korean nuclear weapons. And number 2 is that supranational cooperation is impossible when it comes to North Korean nuclear weapons, because we expected that China and Russia would take a certain role when we invite them into 6-party talks, but we witnessed all in vain. And also, I still remember Robert Galuch when he confessed. When he signed on Geneva Treaty in 1994, we expected that North Korea would collapse down within 5 years. So that's why we signed on the treaty. We expected that we don't have to keep it. Alas, okay, so inshallah. We have we have 3 presenters' presentation, and we have 3 discussants. So I'd like to invite the 3 discussants to the, discussion of these important topics. And I will give you, 10 minutes for each of you. And within 10 minutes, please make some comments or questions regardless of the presenter, okay? So I'd like to invite Professor Hong Jung-min first.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Junyoung Kang and Dr. Kyung Jung for inviting me to this valuable forum. And also, I'd like to thank the 3 presenters. I'd like to discuss and comment first Dr. Ward's paper. And my simple question is, bilateral talk or bilateral cooperation or trilateral cooperation can be called as a supranational cooperation. And then another basic question is, currently or in the near future, is there any possibility to resolve the North Korea's nuclear issues through international cooperation or supranational cooperation? Yes, maybe, or maybe not. The US presidential election will be held 3 weeks later on November 5th. According to the survey result of Real Clear Politics yesterday, I found Trump is leading all 7 battleground states except Wisconsin. There's a 0.3% margin. Harris is leading. But as you know, among American voters, there are 3 or 5% shy Trump supporters. So according to the survey result and considering the 3% shy Trump supporters, I expect that Trump is highly like to win the election and become the US president again. If Trump becomes the US president and he will try to meet Kim Jong-un again, we can say there may be possibility to negotiate with North Korea to resolve the nuclear issue. Whether continuing to seek the denuclearization of North Korea or admitting North Korea as a nuclear weapon state. Anyway, Kim Jong-un seems to be hoping, expecting, and waiting for the Trump's winning in the election. Then, can you say that Trump's meeting with Kim Jong-un is an international cooperation or just a bilateral talk between US and North Korea? Therefore, I want to argue that most powerful state or states can resolve the North Korea's nuclear issue and establish peace in the Korean Peninsula and world. Not international cooperation like the 6-party talks as Dr. Jung mentioned. Today, in the keynote speech, Dr. Hyun-wook Kim told us that US power is declining, becoming weaker, and the current international system is bipolar. However, I want to argue that we still live in the unipolar system under the US hegemony. In addition, realism is more powerful to explain the current international relations and world affairs than liberalism. As Dr. Ward, you pointed out, the relationship between the North Korea and Russia is becoming close and very good since the Russia-Ukraine war, but the relationship between North Korea and China is becoming worse. So I agree that the prospects for trilateral cooperation among North Korea, Russia, and China appear far dimmer. After the US presidential election, if bilateral negotiations between the US and North Korea starts again, the Russia and China could take a bigger leverage roles to resolve North Korean nuclear issues. However, I also cautiously predict that the US and North Korea will directly negotiate and make a certain agreement regarding the North Korea's nuclear issue and economic aid and economic cooperation without Russia and China's leverage roles. At the end of 2023, North Korea announced that the unification goal is abandoned and South Korea is treated as a separate enemy state. In other words, North Korea will not see the relationship between South Korea and North Korea as a special inter-Korean relationship, but two separate states in the Korean peninsula. Why did North Korea declare this? I think there are 2 reasons. First, in order to keep and defend Kim Jong-un's regime, North Korea wants to threat South Korea through this 2-state declaration. In doing so, North Korea emphasized that we can use the nuclear weapons against South Korea because South Korea is an hostile enemy state. Second, this is more persuasive to me that North Korea is not confident to compete with South Korea anymore in everything except nuclear weapon. North Korea has basically admitted to South Korea that North Korea lost the regime competition over the last 7 decades. Furthermore, North Korea seems to feeling a sense of crisis about maintaining Kim Jong-un's regime and worrying about What if North Korea is observed and unified by South Korea in the emergent situation? Lastly, I'd like to share my personal opinion. International cooperation is good and necessary. However, international cooperation cannot be a goal or purpose. It just can be a means or method to establish the peace in the Korean Peninsula. In order to resolve the North Korea's nuclear issue and to establish the peace in the Korean Peninsula, I think we have to embrace Mearsheimer's offensive realism. So South Korea should have more power, establish stronger military power, and also strengthen the alliance with the US and Japan and other democratic allies. At the same time, we have to use diplomatic ways and negotiate with other states such as China and Russia. Basically, we must admit the US is a superpower and expect its positive role to negotiate with North Korea. Also, we have to keep a good diplomatic relationship with Russia and China to resolve the North Korea nuclear issue. And most of all, South Korea should continue to open the door to North Korea and give signals to North Korea that we want and ready to talk with North Korea anytime in any topics and issues. International cooperations, supranational solidarity is very important and necessary. We need it. For the better supranational cooperation, South Korea should declare to the world that South Korea will continue to keep the goal of unification. We are continue to seek unification. Because South Korea and North Korea were originally one state, one nation state, if international society is more interested in the Korean Peninsula and can understand the sad history of Korea and Korean War, international society and more states will cooperate for the peace of the Korean Peninsula and the world. And then, how many minutes there? Thank you. So next, I would like to make some comments on Dr. Janota's paper, Turkey as a Solidarity Promoter. This paper began with the phrase, Turkey as an emerging power and vocal actor in the terms of solidarity within the new multipolar international system. I'd like to raise two questions. First, how can you define Turkey as an emerging power? Does Turkey have enough power? And why Turkey among other G20 countries there? Second, can you say the current international system is a multipolar? I think it's, as I already commented, it's a still unipolar system. US is the most powerful country. I can say that a bipolar system can emerge in 5 or 10 years or 20 years between US and China. As for me, it's hard to say now is a multipolar system. However, this paper assumed that this international order is a multipolar system. So I want to see I want to argue that this paper should provide more data, evidence, or references to support it is a multipolar international system now. This paper seems to adopt and rely on liberalism. However, current international order can be explained better by realism. The current US and China strategic competition, Russia-Ukraine war, Israel-Hamas or Hezbollah war, Brexit, Trumpism, all these current wars and world situations can be better explained by realism. Even though this paper admitted that the UN is constantly showing its weakness, which also shows liberalism the weakness as well. But this paper does not admit the US superpowers role and unipolar system. MIGTA was established to work together to bridge between developed and developing countries and to commit to democracy. Before the MIGTA was established, BRICS was also established to work together to challenge and compete with the US-led international order. And now, BRICS is expanding its membership more. However, I'd like to comment that these most MIGTA countries and BRICS countries are not very powerful enough and cannot be considered as emerging powers except China. I will skip. And finally, the 1 minute left, maybe. Also Turkey is this paper is emphasizing the reformation of the UN, and then I would like to raise a question: how to reform the UN for the fairness? Which country should be added to the permanent 5 veto powers? Germany, or Japan, or Turkey? So that's my question. And if the UN's reformation is possible, and reform is possible, then can you establish the peace of the world through UN? That's my question. Finally, I would like to add one more comment. So these papers evaluate the Turkish leader Erdogan as a good political leader, contributing to the internal solidarity of Turkey, and also making Turkey as a key player for the transnational solidarity. However, I cannot find the sound data or evidence to support this argument. In particular, recent Turkish election result has shown more division than solidarity. So thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor. Well, I thought you were a liberalist, but you are more like a realist today. And when it comes to North Korean issues, every Korean tends to be a Minister of Foreign Affairs when they talk about that. Sorry. And so we all have different calculation and different evaluation regarding that. So we can have some more time for hearing the answers from the presenters. And I'd like to invite Professor Ju to make some comments and questions, please.
Thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. And it's quite an honor and pleasure to be part of this wonderful conference. And I'd like to thank my friend, good old friend Kyung Jung and Chunyoung Kang for their efforts to bring all these people together to this wonderful place. Wow, if you asked me to write and contribute to this conference, I would have refused, to be honest with you. So I do admire their bravery and courage to come forward and deliver their respective presentation this conference, because when I looked at the theme of the conference, wow, did you read this? Seeking supranational solidarity and the return of the great power competition. This is challenging. If you asked me to write a paper for this conference, you'd have antagonized me. Because we're not even talking about transnational, we're talking about supranational here. And solidarity in this world of chaos and turmoil, we're going to look for a chance to solidify super world. And in the era of great power competition, we're talking about great power competition. We can only assume that their relationship is basically rivalry, right? You know, and when great powers are in rivalry, we're talking about they want to divide and rule the world. They're not looking for solidarity. They want to divide and rule, and basically in their own respective camp, that's where they want to build solidarity, right? But this conference is still looking for a chance to build supranational solidarity, so I think it's quite challenging here. And supranational solidarity can only rise above and shine only when there's supranational cooperation under leadership, just like I think you pointed out, right, Valerie? I think so. I like to look at this question from a constructive perspective, just like Valerie did, and I think leadership is quite. It is critical. It is critical, but we're missing leadership, just like Hyun-woo Kim pointed out in his keynote speech, that American hegemonic power is waning, and we see more emerging powers that are in struggle to find themselves a foothold, and therefore it's causing a lot of conflicts and even wars in this era. we never expect this to happen, right? At the end of the Cold War, we thought there was a chance for transnational solidarity, if not supranational solidarity, because there's not going to be a feud over differences of ideology. We're going to have all common values and universal values to share and build our relationship based on that. But who would have thought that we would be uh, hearing three words, three or four, it depends on the perspective. But this is the 21st century, and so the leadership question is, I think, was really critical too. When I talk about six-party talks and its failure, and any perspective, solutions for North Korea's question, uh, my argument always boils down to the question of leadership. Who like to assume the leadership and facilitate the bridges for all these actors, at the same time connect these actors, let alone building institutions and norms and rules and so forth. Only with that kind of leadership, I think we can facilitate uh, the necessary with the leadership. We can facilitate supranational or transnational cooperation. Without it, I don't think anybody's willing to compromise their sovereignty or national autonomy, right? Let alone compromising disagreements and differences. So to overcome that critical question, I think leadership question is really critical, and at the grassroots level, or national level, or at the global level, leadership must be in display at every level. I personally believe. So my question, from this perspective, my question goes to everyone, every one of you, and to Professor Chi, I'd like to ask. What's the future direction and the expectations that Asian Citizen Network have in mind as of today? Because I guess you're expecting kind of a butterfly effect here, starting at the grassroots level, and hope that prevails in this time of uncertainty. But so I like to ask, what this network have in mind for future cooperation direction and so forth. And to Valerie, yes, leadership and Turkey. My question might be followed up with of Professor Hong. And yes, Turkey. Yeah, I understand. His president has done a remarkable job at the domestic level, but as a middle power and with supranational supranational cooperation, solidarity in sight, what would you say his contribution at the external level instead of domestic level, or where do you see him taking Turkey? And navigating Turkey to this end. And to Dr. Ward, yes, I totally agree with your perspective on North Korea and six-party talks and all the fuzzes that went on in the past. I was on the side with one of your mentors too. So, but so where do you see North Korea would like to take its relationship with China and Russia? I think that could be a really interesting question with respect to this conference theme, that if not supranational cooperation, but at least transnational cooperation from North Korean perspective.
you are pessimistic about the prospective alliance among the three. But where do you see North Korea would like to take the relationship at the individual level or at multi-level level? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Zhu. Well, yeah. Yielding sovereignty and international leadership have long been the dilemma of the international society for improving the supranational cooperation. And your questions are really tricky. Okay, so, well, we have last discussant. I'd like to invite Professor Kim to make some comments and questions within 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. It is a great honor to be here to talk about each of we scholars from various countries. Actually, I'm icon person, so my viewpoint might be different from your viewpoint, such as, you know, policy person or IR person. I usually, I do not believe that cooperation. There might be cooperation without mutual benefit or mutual economic interest. So my viewpoint focus more on mutual benefit rather than cooperation without any economic interest. So my first question go to the director, Valeria Gianora. It is good to know that the notion of solidarity would lead toward new forms of transnational interrelationship in the global system, although there might be high degree of uncertainty. And supranational solidarity can be considered as multi-layer relations within the notion of transnational cooperation, which can be toward more stable, democratic, and fair global system. Where is economic or mutual benefits? If you have any economic privation, you can go further, cooperation and facilitating the mutual, cooperation or supranational cooperation. And you also argue that the solidarity relation can be developed in the realm of public diplomacy, aiming at involving the civil society at the community level and toward the more higher level. However, we might experience that lack of driving force can cause to drop the private firm's participation. Were there any fruitful outcomes from the government-centered public diplomacy? And if you have, give me an example. In addition, there are less systematic in terms of how to develop the solidarity relation. How could Turkey be a key player in international and regional dynamics for in either further or new international cooperation or transnational cooperation? Dr. Valeria argued that Turkey as an emerging power and vocal actor regarding to solidarity within the new multipolar international system currently, do you think that your government can attract active participation from private sector, not community level or higher level? I usually, if there is no participation from private actors, cannot attract more facilitating participation at the community level. And so please give me an example of that. Regarding Dr. Peter Ward, present North Korean and prospects for international cooperation to resolve the nuclear issue, but you focus more on a stick rather than carrots. If you have, if you find any changes from the North Korean strategies regarding to the nuclear issue, and if there might be more economic privation issue from diverse types of sanction, that might cause more tension, making insecure relations against the global system. And the last presenter, Professor Naomi, I couldn't find any theoretical foundation about your research. So do you plan to apply any theories of kind of social capital? I just bring my hand, yeah, regarding to the social capital, facilitating, community-based cooperation to solve psychological impact from the historical disaster. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim. And we all have different perspectives. And when it comes to the theoretical framework, we are planning to publish a book, well, after collecting the manuscripts, after you amending the original manuscript here today. So that's why he wanted to know about that. And when it comes to the director, Valeria Janota, she's not Turkish, she's Italian. Okay, so okay, so we have just 5 minutes, so I give, well, just 1 minute for each other, and well, we know that we have different perspectives, so make a short answer to the comments and questions from the discussants. First of all, I'd like to give mic to Peter.
Okay, so on supranational cooperation, if we look at it as the pooling of sovereignty, if that's our definition of supranational cooperation, I do think that there is scope for some pooling of sovereignty on the US-led alliance system in East and Southeast, in East Asia, especially with respect to common munitions production, development of standards, strategy, military exercises. I mean, this is all very hard security stuff, but I do see how the US could facilitate that kind of cooperation. Now, I understand when we talk about supranational solidarity, we're not usually talking about building more tanks, making shells better, coordinating and coordinating on strategy, interoperability, joint operations, that kind of thing. But we could definitely see that kind of supranationalism emerge over the next decade or two. We could. I don't think it'll happen under Donald Trump, but maybe. We should also hope to see supranational cooperation amongst the United States and its allies with respect to dealing with the North Korean nuclear issue. What are our goals now? And that's going to involve real, frank discussions amongst partners and coordination, which it won't be the direct loss of sovereignty, but it will imply a multilateral approach where all voices are heard and where whatever strategy is pursued in a way that minimize the security threat that the North Korean nuclear program poses to all sides. With respect to your question, Mr. Professor Ju, I'm just trying to recall. Can you remind me of it, please, quickly? Oh, of course. Sorry, sir. I think North Korea would like to obviously maximize its economic benefits, just as Professor Kim was saying. And I think North Korea would like to put on a show of a supranational or multilateral cooperation, but it doesn't want to give up any sovereignty. And it would also like to use this show to exert pressure on South Korea and especially the United States to come back to the bargaining table. Because ultimately it would like to live in a multipolar world where it is not just on one side of that multipolar world. It would like better relations with the United States. It would like to normalize relations with Japan. I'm not sure what it wants of South Korea now. It looks like it would like to be rid of South Korea completely. But at least it would like to be able to play both sides off against each other, like it kind of tried to do in the Cold War as well. But I've only got a minute, so I better leave it there. Thank you, sir. I'm afraid I can't get to your comments.
Okay, thank you for the remarks. Basically, the paper was just a draft, of course. I'm going to elaborate further, but I really appreciate your observation. Basically, how I perceive the global system, I see that US is not in that dominant position anymore in terms of influence. I mean, the American influence is eroding. That's why there is space for the emerging power to spread some other vision and to create some cooperative framework. I have been living in Turkey for the last 50 years. I'm not a Turkish, so it's not my government, but I've seen how in that region the dynamics and are totally different as they are perceived from the West. I'm also an Italian based in Italy, so I see also the narratives in the West regarding, for example, the Israeli war on Gaza, what's happening in Lebanon nowadays, and the total inefficiency of American and the UN system in coping with the crisis. Therefore, I do believe that when I say Turkey is a vocal actor, is just pushing forward some solutions, or at least for addressing the topic from a different perspective. How to reform the UN? Actually, I think there is no margin for reforming the UN, even though it's a rhetoric. We need just to maybe create a new platform. But again, this means eroding the sovereignty and the power of nation states, and it's not a feasible way to go. But how Turkey is proving to doing something at supranational level? Basically, in different tables, Turkey has been playing a role. For example, in UN has been creating the Zero Waste Project, led by the Turkish presidency, which became a global project in terms of green and zero waste. Also, Turkey has been the only negotiator between Ukraine and Russia, and the role has been acknowledged at a regional level. When it comes to humanitarian aid, Turkey is the first donor internationally, and also it's the actor which provided help to more than 160, many countries along the pandemic. So we can see this cooperative approach. In terms of private investment, I don't know if I got well, but anyway, Turkey is investing in some specific countries, for example, Africa. They are investing a lot in terms of soft power, education, but also there are many Turkish companies there. They are just investing in many facilities, and also Turkey is acting as a security provider. And I think this is a glue for building solidarity among the civil society as well. So I don't want to subtract time. I hope I addressed all your questions, and I give the floor to my colleague. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the comments. We have a Grim Reaper on this session, but we also have an Ugly Duckling. I get this reaction all the time because I go to conferences where people talk about national actors, which of course, state actors, which of course is very important. And here I am talking about non-state actors and grassroots levels. This is very important. In that sense, I'm very grateful that you gave some comments and questions to my presentation as well. I always say that it's very discouraging at times because grassroots level activities are always, it goes unnoticed. Many of our activities go unnoticed, and also we are, it's very much influenced by state actors. But having said that, when Japan and Korean relations were, hitting rock bottom, our activities still continued. We still had Koreans coming to Shimarinai. It's out of nowhere. We had Taiwanese coming to our workshop, and it was so regardless of what happens at the national level, we're always there. We're always there, and we're doing the workshop, and we're trying to continue to find these lost souls. So in that sense, I think the grassroots levels activities is kind of like the web, that holds things together when sometimes you have a rocky relation between two nations or three nations or what have you, right? I also say this too in many of the conferences, just because we're discouraged doesn't mean that we stop trying, right? Maybe this is like in terms of language, maybe not proper language, but we either try very hard or we die trying. There's no reason why we have to stop here, because just because we don't get the we don't get the positive effects, if that's okay, because the important thing is that we try and we continue to try, right? So we'll continue to do what we do, and I think it's important that at the low politics level, because I work on gender and migration and minorities, people with a lot of trauma, because there's always violence within in gender issues and migration issues. One of my sort of the new projects that I want to work on is on how to deal with trauma and how to deal with the resentment, the anxiety, sorrow, desperation people feel at the everyday level. and because we need closure, right? We need to have closure when we lose people, when we lose our loved ones, or when there is a conflict. We need to have closure, and that's something that I want to work on. In terms of theoretical, framework, yes, absolutely. Social capital is one of the things I was thinking of. Also, reconciliation, and also the idea of how to find closure. So it's kind of sort of going beyond political science and maybe looking into like psychology as well, because I work with some of psychologists as well, and how to deal with like not only personal trauma but national trauma as well. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, we helped and we'll keep trying. Okay, thank you, Naomi. So under the theme Building Solidarity Through Supranational Cooperation, we have 3 presenters and 3 discussants. Thank you again for your presentation and discussion. And we dealt with DPRK nuclear issues and leadership as a middle country, and also how to solve our souls. We have to save our souls. Okay, I declare that we have a successful session, and thank you again for all the participants, and thank you all. Thank you.
You're in charge. So you just 15 to 20 minutes. 15 to 20 minutes. 5 minutes. Yeah, 5 minutes. Oh, then they can. Yeah. Yeah, do the discussion. So we will follow you. So you just tell us what you do. You're the captain. I will be hard today. Sultan. I mean, I think if you want to start. Also went to restroom. Now? Okay. Okay, so you please. Okay. Yes. Okay. So thank you so much. So I think we need to start the session. Yesterday I had an online meeting with a professor from an Egyptian university, and she was telling me she came to Korea last year and she was amazed by the punctuality. So I think we need to keep this reputation that Korea is a punctual country, and this is we need to do this, you know. So this is why we need to start. So I think we can do that. So thank you so much for coming and for your interest in this session. My name is Momin Gouda. I'm a professor of Middle East Economics at Hankook University Foreign Studies. The title of this session is National Security and International Migration. And I think this is a very interesting title and a very interesting session, hopefully. I mean, we are now witnessing, since I'm coming originally from Egypt, which is, I mean, Egypt and Middle East is the hotbed of conflicts and wars. And we are also witnessing what's happening now all over the Levant and Israel and so on. So I think this is a very important session, and we'll be tackling many topics from migration to Syria, Turkey, relation to ISIS recruitment and so on. So I think we will have lots of discussion and lots of interesting topics to tackle. So without further ado, let me introduce the presenters and then panelists, and then we will start. So we have with us Associate Professor Shaima Hanafi, Division of International Studies, Hankook University of Foreign Studies. Well, she also happens to be my wife, so she has all the time that she needs to present. You know, I cannot complain. You know? And then we have Professor Robert Lawrence, Assistant Professor of the Department of English at Dongdok Women's University, very good colleague and friend. We have Dr. Paik Song-Hyun, of Senior Researcher at the Institute of Middle East Studies, Hankook University of Foreign Studies, also excellent scholar and a true friend. For the panelists, we have also, I think we will have very interesting discussion here, all true friends and all great colleagues. We have Dr. No Dasol, lecturer from Ingenium College at Hankook University of Foreign Studies. We have Dr. Lee Kong-soo, Senior Researcher at the Institute of Middle East Studies, Hankook University of Foreign Studies. And finally, and not least, we have Dr. Kim Eun-ji, Principal Researcher at the Institute of Middle East Studies at Hankook University of Foreign Studies. So I think we can go for 15, 20 minutes for the presentations. I will also follow what you, sir, have did last session. So 5 minutes before you finish, I will raise my hand. This is a very good strategy. And then we will have, I think, 5 minutes for the panelists, and then we can, of course, we have, reply for all the points. And it would be great also if you can open floor for your own remarks and questions. So without further ado, I present to you Associate Professor Shaima Hanafi will present today about recruitment for ISIS.
It's my absolute pleasure to be here today. I'm Shaima Hanafi. I teach development economics at Hankook University of Foreign Studies, and research-wise, I work quantitatively on topics related to development economics, but also political economy, conflict, and terrorism, like the topic that I'm presenting about today. So I start with a very provocative title. I know it's a very controversial topic. So do civil liberties lead to more terrorism? Very provocative, I know. So let's get started. So of course, there is a global debate that I'm sure everyone here is well aware of about the trade-off that we have on the one hand between freedom, personal freedom, but also national security. Yeah? So democracies are, of course, very bound by their constitutions and democratic values to protect civil liberties, which is good to have. So I'm not against that whatsoever. But, of course, there is, on the other hand, also the threat of the terrorism. And here is a trade-off of how to combine both with each other. And today I want to shed the light on that topic by also looking into ISIS recruitment, but also people from ISIS that then return back to their home countries, bringing also another level of terroristic threat with them. So just to start with an example of how difficult something like that can be, even with more maybe simpler regulations, when the EU was discussing to introduce a new law that is now passed, the Personal Name Records Directive, which was about asking or actually obliging the airlines to give their the names of the passengers and information on passengers to governments so that they could use that to look into maybe when there is any suspicions, the tracking potential terrorists or investigating and so on. Also, yeah, and the problem was here that actually to get that law to pass, it took more than 5 years of discussion because of the trade-off that there is, of course, also with personal data and data security and so on. Also nowadays, I'm sure we see also that there are a lot of talks about cross-borders control within the Schengen area, which is actually an open area. So in the summer, when there was the football games, the European in Germany, there was the issue of checking the borders again, which are always open and people can pass by, also to because of being afraid of any potential attacks. So what does the literature actually say about that kind of trade-off? So if you look into the literature on democracy on the one hand and terrorism on the other hand, we actually have two different schools of thoughts, and they go pretty much in the opposite direction in terms of the prediction of that relationship. So the strategic school, on the one hand, it actually says that because democratic governments have civil liberties to protect and political freedom to protect, they are rather more limited in how they are able to monitor and to detain terrorism suspects, and because of that, we can expect to have more terroristic attacks. The political access school, on the other hand, says the opposite. It says, well, because there is democracy, there are elections, people can express their opinions, they can vote, so there is then a lower probability that they actually resort to violence or to terrorism in order to address any grievances. Okay, working more on the empirical side, the empirical evidence is rather not conclusive. So not letting one of these schools win over the other. But then there is also another strain of literature that looks into specific features of democracies, like, for example, civil liberties, personal freedom, and check specifically, what about that? What about when the countries have more personal freedom and civil liberties? What kind of effect do we have on democracy, on terrorism? And here, again, the empirical evidence is actually, or the empirical investigation in general is very, very limited. So I'd like to talk today about insights from joint research with Mo Manguda that we did on empirically looking into a specific source of terrorism, ISIS, and look whether democracy and personal freedom in the countries where the foreign fighters originally come from affects whether they joined ISIS, but then also affected whether they returned after a few years back to their home country. Okay, so yeah, what do the numbers tell us? So the data, and of course you can imagine that this data is not very easy to collect, so we're happy that we have secondary data here to rely on, that over 40,000 foreigners actually were estimated to have joined ISIS from 110 different countries. And the data also shows that a considerable number of these people actually come from developed countries that also happen to be democracies and enjoy a higher level of personal freedom. For example, Belgium, France, Germany, the UK. So specifically, around 22%, so more than 1/5 of the foreign fighters come from Western Europe. Okay, so in our research, we argue that personal freedom may increase actually the number of the radicals that join ISIS, because when being in free societies, of course, that's something very nice to enjoy and something we should protect. But there is, of course, the negative byproduct here that it allows terrorists to also organize themselves better. Freedom of speech, association, movement, and so on makes it more difficult to be able to prevent terroristic group mobilization. So we argue that this leads to have more people from these countries joining ISIS, and this is something that then, this hypothesis is something that then we empirically investigate. Yeah. The second hypothesis that we have has to do with whether then they come back to their home countries or stay in the ISIS territory. So actually, again, we argue that when countries are democracies and have more personal freedom and civil liberties, they experience more returnees. That's what we call them, the foreign fighters that return back to their home countries. So again, we argue that when there is democracy and personal freedom, this decreases the cost of returning back to the home countries, knowing that they are likely to be faced with less harsher consequences than in an authoritarian regime. And also, when they, again, have the civil liberties and the personal freedom, again, they can use that freedom of movement, associations and expressions and so on to actually then also plan for maybe next terroristic attacks if they are just among the society. And that something happened in Brussels 2013 was also on the next slide. 14 in Brussels 2014, the terroristic attack, Paris 2013. Yeah, so it indeed happened. What do the numbers tell us? The numbers tell us that around 5,600 ISIS foreign fighters return back to their home countries. And when it comes to the EU countries, for example, we're looking here that around 30% of those that, to begin with, joined ISIS return back to their home countries. 30%, and in fact, in some countries, the percentage goes up to more than 50%. So at least 1/2 of the people that the foreign fighters that join ISIS return back to their home countries. We're talking here about Finland, about the UK, between 50 and 54%, Denmark 46%, Turkey 40%, Sweden 35%, Norway 33%, Germany 33%. So that's really high figures. Yeah. So yes, let's get now into the empirical investigation here. So I will simply verbalize what we do here. We look at data from all countries available here, more than 100 countries, so it's a cross-country analysis. We have two different dependent variables for our hypothesis. To test the first hypothesis, we look into the ISIS foreign fighters per million of the population of any countries. And for the second hypothesis of the returnees, we look at the percentage share of the returnees among those that have joined ISIS. That's the estimated the models that we use for our estimations. On the technical side, we do it in a test Tobit model here because many data for the dependent variables are left censored because some countries have 0 foreign fighters. Yeah, so that's the more appropriate model. Of course, we control for a lot of other variables that also play a role in this relationship, and the data that we use is the average from the years 2011 to 2015 due to the data availability here on those figures. To measure personal freedom, we rely on the Personal Freedom Index, the PFI, which is part of the Human Freedom Index. And what this actually captures, this index, is the rule of law in the countries, the security and safety in the countries as general personal freedom things, but then also specific personal freedoms such as the freedom of movement, the freedom of religion, freedom of association, expression, information, identity, and relationships, all very important aspects of freedom, of course. This index goes from 0, that would be no personal freedom, to 10, which would be the highest score. To measure democracy, we rely on a very minimum kind of measure that looks into electoral democracy, so we're able to distinguish the personal freedom part from democracy. So we have here electoral democracy data from Shaiboub et al., also updated by Burns-Cove and Rode. Okay, so what do our results show? So first, for the first relationship about whether personal freedom whether personal freedom affects the determinants of joining ISIS, we clearly find, as you can see here in the first line, positive and statistically significant effect, also controlling for all other determinants of joining ISIS. And to verbalize that result, what does it tell us exactly? It tells us, based on marginal effects that we need to calculate, because it's a Tobit regression, that a 1-point increase in the Personal Freedom Index that goes from 0 to 10 would increase the number of ISIS foreign fighters by around 7 persons, 6.9 to be specific, per 1 million population. Okay, sounds a bit difficult here. So let's get a very simple example. A country that has a population of 50 million people. What does that mean? Yeah, the 6.9 times 50, so we're talking about 345 more foreign fighters that would join, predicted by the model here, just by 1 unit increase in the Personal Freedom Index. Yeah. Okay, what about the specific features of personal freedom that seem to matter here? We can benefit here from the fact that the index we use for personal freedom can be disaggregated according to several levels of personal freedom. So we can look into what triggers the finding here specifically, and it happens to be rule of law, super important. I mean, who doesn't want rule of law? But a negative byproduct here, there is the increase of terroristic recruitment here, and freedom of movement sounds plausible. It's easier to move and enjoy that freedom also for something brutal as joining a terroristic organization. Okay, when it comes to the determinants of returning, getting back, again, we check here whether personal freedom affects returning back to the home countries. And you can see here in bold also in the first line that the results are positive and highly statistically significant. Again, also controlling for everything else that could matter for returning back, like, for example, is it a developed country to begin with? How far is it to return? The distance to Damascus and other things, religious fractionalization, income inequality, and so on, but also democracy distinguished from personal freedom here. And again, we can quantify here the marginal effects and interpret the result as 1 point increase in the personal freedom index increases the percentage of IS foreign fighters returning back to their home countries by 6.8 percentage points, almost 7 percentage points, which means that, let's say, if we have, I don't know, maybe 30% returning, if we have 1 point increase in the personal freedom index, those 30 would be 37%. And that's just 1 point increase. Again, something good, more personal freedom, but negative byproduct that we do have here. The democracy effect alone, just to have electoral democracy, is not robust. Same also for joining ISIS. So we, again, look one step deeper into, okay, which aspects exactly of personal freedom, and we can see that plenty of aspects from the 7 that we have, namely higher rule of law, security and safety as more general aspects of personal freedom, but also specific freedoms such as freedom of movement, of expression, of information, and of identity seem to drive returning back to the home countries. Okay, so on the empirical side, of course, we also do a lot of robustness checks, sensitivity analysis to make sure that our results are robust to different modifications. Also, we deal more in details with things like, there is an overlap, of course, very strong between democracy and personal freedom. So to really be able to disentangle those effects. So we're confident about those results, that they are highly robust. So again, provocative here. Is freedom in developed countries misused by terrorists for their own unlawful goals? I think this can be concluded here from our empirical findings. Yeah, so our findings, again, to summarize and conclude here, they show, based on the example of foreign fighters joining ISIS, that civil liberties and personal freedom has really the negative byproduct here of increasing the IS recruitment, facilitating it, leading to more IS recruitment, but also leading to more foreign fighters returning back to their home countries. So this, of course, puts the governments around the world in democratic countries with a rule of law and personal freedom that we all cherish, of course, in front of a huge dilemma. So what to do here? And there is definitely no easy solution to do here, but it's a topic that certainly needs to be addressed. And to shed the light on a very important example here when we talk about the returnees. Yeah? So many scholars argue the laws. I don't have a legal background, yeah? But the legal scholars, they argue that the criminal laws in the respective countries, they are not ready for that. They are not ready for this kind of investigation. When the people cross the borders and then maybe they know, okay, that person is coming from ISIS, are they actually, how can that person be prosecuted, or the trial? What can they prove that that person done or did not done? Yeah? So are the laws ready to do that? Huh? And this is a huge obstacle faced here. So some scholars even argue, even if the persons go to a fair trial on average in those countries with the current laws, they maybe face something between 3 to 5 years in prison. Okay, and then? Maybe I should stop here. Thank you very much. Looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you so much. Let's move on to the next presenter. We have Assistant Professor Robert Lawrence. He will talk about very interesting topic as well, Syria and Turkey, and lots of skirmishes happening around there. So let's jump into it.
Okay, I'd like to thank you for having me here to talk, and thank you, Dr. Guda, for hosting us. I'm going to try to speak really softly. I have a loud voice, so if I start shouting, please somebody let me know, okay? So we're here today to talk about the security dimensions of Turkey's Syrian refugee policy. And we're going to look at this through a framework of refugee rentierism. So this is a relatively new, did I press the wrong button? It's a relatively new framework in IR theory, but it's gaining a lot of momentum. And this is because its relevance in how, we see massive amounts of migration in the US, and Turkey, of course, has been a hotspot for years. When we look at Turkey in the beginning of the Syrian civil war, they generously accepted refugees on humanitarian and religious grounds. The open door policy of the AKP was, they gave cash allowances. Sometimes they offered housing, education, sometimes TVs, and even air conditioning units, pardon me. But by the end of 2014, you had 1.5 million people rather than the 15,000 people in 2012. So necessarily, obviously, policies had to change. Things became much more complicated. By 2015, only 10% of the people, of the refugees, were actually living in camps. The rest of them were dispersed throughout the country. So we fast forward to the present, and Turkey has the largest refugee population in the world, looking at around 4 million, 3.2 to 3.6 of whom are Syrian refugees. So, this has become a little bit complicated. As you can see, I can't actually hone in on the map, but the majority of the provinces in the country have less than 1% of their population being Syrian refugees. The larger percentages are near the border, as well as the larger cities in Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir. But as we move forward, though, I want to have a look real quickly about how this works with refugee rentierism. So, quick definitions: when nations leverage their host position to extract revenue or political support from target states, and they do this by maintaining displaced people within their borders. What we have is host nations are increasingly realizing their leverage in relationships with these other states, and this has yielded kind of a transactional bilateral approach to dealing with refugees. Unfortunately, this has yielded in many countries, and in Turkey and Syria as well, refugees being shipped around as pawns, and the humanitarian concerns kind of ignored. And I think what I'm arguing is that this is creating a security dilemma. Okay, so how this specifically works in Turkey with the EU is that over the years, Turkey has threatened to open up the gates and flood Europe with refugees if it's not given what it wanted, if it's not given its reimbursement for the money it's spent on refugees in Turkey, or it's not getting its political rent, right? Now, I think sometimes when we look at rentier refugee, there's this really big negative connotation to this, as though there's this master plan that Erdogan had and he's been doing this the whole time. I don't believe that's the case, and that's not my argument, okay? Opportunities and geopolitical situations change. So for example, when we don't just want to look at financial ways of looking at this rent, right? When we look at political rent. In 2016, after the coup, desperate times in Turkey, dangerous times in Turkey, there was a lot of heat coming from the EU. Well, what did he say? He said, if you keep it up, I'll open up the gates. And that rhetoric went down. If that's right or wrong, I'll leave that for another discussion, okay? But it was politically savvy, okay? Likewise, in 2019, he has his own reasons for going into northern Syria and attacking YPG forces there. Well, Europe had a lot to say about that. And he reacted with, if you keep it up, I'll open up the gates. And the rhetoric went down, right? So this extraction of rent is strategically wise sometimes. It also looks like in different ways that Turkey has received approximately 11.5 billion euros since 2011. And this, of course, these programs and projects help host nation citizens and governments, right? For example, 30% of students receiving free transportation are Turks. Turks receive 26% of entrepreneurial training, 70% of small and medium-sized enterprise advisory services, and 80% of financial material assistance in the first half of 2023. And they've received 45% of the jobs created by EU-supported projects. So when we look at how this kind of functions in the Turkey model, I think most scholars that are looking at this see Turkey as a very prime example of it. Now, blackmailing, right, is just the strategy that's the name of the strategy they use when they're saying basically, if you don't compensate us, we're going to open up the gates. We're not keeping the refugees here. It won't be our problem. It'll be your problem too. Okay, now, we're going to look at how this problem with the Syrian refugees has come to be a bit painful for Turkey, and how it's ended up that Turkish hospitality has had its limits, right, like any country would. We're talking about 6% of the population coming in, right? And I'm going to focus on economic issues and social cohesion issues. So what we see is a pattern of Syrian refugees being scapegoated for Turkish economic problems. I can't really zone in on this, but the the graph right under economic displays inflation and unemployment, and the green line going up is the number of Syrian refugees with special protection. So I'm not saying that there's a causal relationship between these variables. What I'm saying is that public perception says it is. And we can see this in public opinion polls over and over again. If you see the graph to the right, on the bottom it says, that Syrian refugees increase unemployment because of bringing in cheap labor, and it's 66% of the people who believe that. And the one below that in 2019 and in 2018, there are negative perceptions of Syrians' effect on the economy upwards of 78 and 66%. One of them specifically said Syrian refugees harm the economy. Right? So you see this in surveys over and over again, going back to about 2017 or so. When you look at social cohesion, it's equally, not unanimous necessarily, but the majority is overwhelming. And I can't go in on that chart, unfortunately, but if you could see the lines on that chart, things like, can I marry a citizen? 85% of people disagree with that, okay? Can I be friends? 66%. Would my brother, I wouldn't have a problem if my brother or sister married a Syrian refugee. Okay, so, that's upwards of 76%. So what we're looking at here, when the picture starts crystallizing, is that we see socioeconomically marginalized people, which, similar to what Dr. Hanafi said earlier on today, I'm going to circle back around to how that's going to affect security in the long run. But you have water boiling under the pot, right, under the lid. They're being blamed for economic burdens. There's a lack of social cohesion, and this has resulted in these refugees being scapegoated for the economic problem. They're marginalized. And there's a lot of mutual distrust. Obviously, Syrians are going to pick up on this as well, okay? This, of course, yields political vulnerability amongst the incumbent because it's their policies that got them there, and there's a tinderbox for violence. We saw this come to fruition a little bit later, but when we look at how this started to affect elections, right? In 2019, we really start to see the Syrian issue become a big player, and the local elections were lost by the AKP. They lost Izmir, Ankara, and in Istanbul. In the 2023 elections, this became the one thing that I think all parties could actually agree on, was that Syrian refugees need to go back. If you look at the graph on the right, this is public opinion in 2022. 89% of people believe that they need to be sent back. 5% of people believe that they could stay. The verdict is in. The public thinks this way. It's an election, it's a democracy. Leaders have to react to this, okay? So this became a big problem, or a big issue during the 2023 campaign, and eventually, actually, even Sinan Oğan, the kind of kingmaker in how that ended up, he had a staunchly anti-refugee platform. So what we end up seeing is that this starts boiling over into public discourse, and anti-Syrian rhetoric became fairly normalized, okay? On all parts of the political spectrum, you saw it. And then this summer, we saw it actually boil over. So there was an allegation that a young Syrian woman had been, I think, sexually attacked or sexually harassed in Kayseri in early July or late June. And this ended up erupting into multi-city attacks on Syrian businesses, houses, individuals. It went on 3 nights in Kayseri before the authorities stopped it. But this is a symptom, right? I mean, you don't have mass chaos like that without there just being a lot of water boiling under the lid. So we're starting to crystallize the security problem that exists here, right? When this also causes fear and frustration amongst Syrians in Turkey, and when we start looking at how they're socially marginalized, this, of course, has a negative effect on their ability. If you could have seen the graph before, right? I mean, people don't want to go into business relationships. People don't want to hire Syrian refugees. This means there's a high chance that they're going to end up going into, the informal economy. The informal economy is notorious for violence because that's what governs the informal economy. If you have to get jobs under the table, if you have to get jobs working in illegal sectors, then violence is part and parcel with that trip. So if we take a step back domestically at this point, there's security threats in the form of Turks inciting violence against refugees, with refugees increasingly having to turn to an informal economy and work in a place that's governed by violence. And then you have the potential radicalization of socioeconomically marginalized people. We see this in the literature over and over again. Recruiting, radicalization and recruiting amongst socially marginalized people is exactly how we got all those foreign fighters into Syria back in 2014. If we go to the international dimensions, I forgot to stop my watch. How am I doing on time, Dr. Guda? Good? Okay. So if we look at the international dimensions here, in between June of 2023 and June of 2024, approximately 140,000 people were deported, Syrian refugees were deported, and an additional 100,000 were repatriated through the voluntary returns program. These voluntary returns, they go through removal centers. There are about 28 or 32 now operating throughout the country. And you know, it's a little bit tricky how voluntary these voluntary returns are. There are a lot of reports, there are a lot of accusations about this. I don't have any empirical evidence to show me one way or the other, but there are a lot of human rights organizations that are arguing that people are being coerced into signing the forms to go back to Syria against their will. On top of this, right, the anti-Syrian riots that we saw in July, they were reciprocated in Syria. There were anti-Turkish riots that ended up happening in Syria, and you know this became pretty violent. Actually, they were burning flags. They attacked truck drivers with stones. 7 died in armed skirmishes with border guards at the Syrian-Turkish border. So you know, where do we go from here? Everyone's talked about safe zones that he wants to put in northern Syria to return refugees, but you know, implicit in there is that those safe zones, a lot of them, the proposal is to put them in places where those refugees didn't live before, namely in Kurdish-dominated areas. And that'll likely spark a security issue with Kurdish problems, right? That could expand, that could end up going into Turkey proper as well. You know, rapprochement with Assad is a very difficult idea too, because one, the complications between the two of them personally. I mean, they went on vacations together a long time ago, but that was a lot's happened since then. You know, but security-wise, you stand to alienate or anger FSA fighters and their affiliates, which could also cause another security issue inside Turkey or on its borders. On top of that, Syria is in no position whatsoever to take on the refugees, and if they were, I don't know that they'd want to. So forcibly putting these people back, pardon me, I'm sorry, that might have been my beard. You know, forcibly putting everybody back, what are they going to do? They have to do something in Syria, right? They're going to have to find food. So when we think about this from the result of refugee rentierism, you know, I would say that without a comprehensive plan, you know, or a control system to guarantee adherence to the deal and international law, because frankly, the 2016 Turkey-EU deal, both sides haven't done a very good job of implementing what they're supposed to do. Not a lot of people have come back from Greece, and frankly, the EU hasn't dispersed all the funds they said they were going to do. They haven't eased restrictions into Schengen. They haven't really stepped on the gas as far as putting accession talks back into play, you know? So Turkey has every reason in a lot of ways to not hold up its end of the bargain as well, right? And this is why I'm saying that this bilateral transactional approach to doing this has kind of failed, right? And then you have people basically trying to get what they can get in each transaction, and there's not a lot of comprehensive strategy going forward. And what do we have now? We have a bunch of bad decisions, you know? So lastly, and I'll end with this. When we kind of take a step back and look at everything from 40,000 feet, I think that there's something security-wise, and when we're talking about Syria, anything to do with Syria, we have to look at it. I think that the international community is sleeping on a big problem. IS is resurgent in Syria. CENTCOM put out information in July showing that it's looking at it like it's going to double its number of attacks this year compared to last year. But if you look at the day-to-day analysis being done by experts, it's actually exponentially more than that. It's over 550 attacks already this year. With everything going on in the region, I think it's being overlooked. And when we put this all together and kind of look at the pieces of the puzzle, one, everything going on in the region is a massive recruitment tool for IS. Okay. Two, you have 50,000 people sitting around in makeshift jails and in camps in northeastern Syria. If there's some sort of incursion, of course, that would disrupt everything there. Three, you have a massive population in Turkey that is socially marginalized, and that makes them low-hanging fruit. I believe that if they end up being sent back without something to do, they're going to have to find ways to live. That makes them prime targets for radicalization and recruitment into extreme groups. So I think from, between the domestic unrest that we've seen this summer in Turkey, and the potential problems that we have on the border, given any way of fixing this problem with the Syrian refugees, I think we need to take a step back and really think about how the EU and Turkey need to think about how they're going to approach this and kind of make a more comprehensive strategy rather than going for this transactional win-win in the near sight, but not seeing the far game here. And I'll end with that. I look forward to anything you have to say. This is really very much in the beginning right now. This is a work in progress, so any and everything is helpful. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So let's move on to Dr. Paik Sang-hoon. He's a senior researcher in the Institute of Middle East Studies at Hankook University Foreign Studies. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your brief hush and do your thing introduction. Good morning. I'm Paik Sang-hoon, senior researcher at Institute of Middle East Institutes. And first of all, I would like to address my sincerest gratitude to all the helping hands that made this conference in reality. So I was overwhelmed by the backdrop of our venue, which makes me a bit ashamed, because rather being overwhelmed by the venue, I have to overwhelm the venue with my research, but unfortunately today won't be that case. But anyway, so today I will be presenting a small part of my second phase of our research projects of 6 years government funded projects, which is ambitiously to defining the neo-diaspora and its repercussion, not only the countries that the refugee or dislocated people are originated, but also the country that has received a refugee after 2010 Arab Spring. And this paper tried to focus on the economic impacts of recipients, countries that had received refugees inflows from Arab Spring affected countries. So we solely focus on the dislocated people that had happened after 2010, because I want to see, because as we all know, we have witnessed all this fear-mongering, the Islamophobia or immigration phobia that had happened, and we saw Brexit. I was there doing my PhD in UK. Everybody was rooting for, we have to get out of it. It was no sense, because they are not a part of the Sanguine Agreement, and so they could control their border, but they kind of said, oh no. They're coming, so we have to do something. Then Brexit, and boom, it had happened. So this paper tried to focus on the economic impact. So using dynamic panel data analysis, this study investigates the impact of refugee inflows on key economic indicators such as labor force participation, human capital developments, and GDP. I use other panel data as well, but I didn't just bring everything here, because my friends Lawrence said, this is my kind of initial phase of our research, so I didn't just put everything in. So yes, the background. The mass migration from MENA country continues to be pressing issues. According to United Nations High Commissioner of Refugee, 8 million of people have fled conflict zone over the past decades, and it is not included the recent Palestinian issues. And we witnessed 500,000 people are trying to flee to Syria from Lebanon. So this number is not counted. So So, and it is not yet over, but how they will be returned is becoming another big issue. So, while much of the debate focuses on the humanitarian aspect, it is crucial to understand the economic implication and even political index implication of these phenomenon for the host country. Why does this matter? Because host countries in Europe, North America, and parts of Asia are not just grappling with the social integration of these refugees, but also with the political and economic questions that that has been arise. So report like Eurobarometer that was out in 2017 have found that significant portion of the European population views migration as a challenge, while others see it as an economic opportunity. For instance, in Germany, only 2% of respondents believe that refugees were positively contributing to the economy. So like other 98 said, no, not all 98, but they said, no, they're not, profiting our country. So it is kind of like leading, this perception are leading a country as a, nationalism and this so-called far-right movement. So so there's a phrase that carved deeply into our heart of political scientists. The government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It is originally articulated by President Abraham Lincoln in his 1863 Gettysburg Address, and it has become a defining mantra for democratic governance. However, this phrase also reveals democracy's vulnerability to populism. When key actors within the democratic system, such as government, political parties, or civil society organization, Trump or like Obama, you name it, fail to contain the risk of populism, action justifies as being for the justifies as being for the people can lead to excursion and even violence. And now we are like seeing, and in Korea we have witnessed what had happened in Daegu, the sabotaging the mosque and etc. So populism can be understood through four key elements: the people, moral legitimacy, struggle, and vested interest. Most populist movement claim represent the people, particularly to the oppressed, and assert that it is morally right to fight for their rights. And they argue that corrupted and moral deficient vested interests must be overthrown to protect the common citizen, their own citizens. So yeah, that's why I kind of like try to focus. Thus, it is essential to use empirical data to answer the fundamental question: how do refugee influences our society? So this paper, I really try to focus on how this refugee inflows influence the economic structures of host country. That was kind of like my main theme to to do the research. So this study aimed to contribute to the data debate by providing a quantitative assessment of refugee impacts on economic indicators such as labor participation and GDP. So I'll just jump up everything, and I'm gonna go to the research part. So the main research question guiding this study was what are the economic impact of refugee inflow from Arab Spring affected countries on host nation? So the objective of this study are threefold. So to empirically assess the effect of refugee inflow to the labor force participation in host country. Two, to evaluate how refugee movement have influenced the human capital index, reflecting the quality of labor of that host nation. And three, to analyze the impact of refugees of gross domestic product, GDP, considering both short-term and long-term effect. So the data, refugee data was obtained from UNHCR and covers annual refugee number from Egypt, Iraq, Syria, and Libya between 2010 and 2023. Because the reason why I kind of like focus on these four countries is because the dislocated people from that countries are actually the refugees, dislocated people impacting the whole world. And the economic indicator, these were derived from the World Bank's World Development Indicator, WDI. So we focus on labor force participation, human capital index, and gross domestic the product. And the econometric approach, we use system generalized method at the moment, GMM. And because we use it because the GMM is particularly suitable for dealing with dynamic panel data. So yeah, I will just jump on like this thing. So I mean, result, the labor force participation. So let's move on the empirical findings. So starting with labor forces participation, our analysis show that refugee inflows have positive and statistically significant effect on the labor forces of host country. The coefficient for the variable representing refugee flow is 0.134 with a p-value less than 0.001. So this means that a 1% increase in the number of refugees led to a 0.13 increase in labor force participation. So refugees are actively contributing to the workforce, either through formal employment or in informal sectors. This contradicts the popular belief that refugees are merely a burden on the labor market. So it's not true. So policy implication, this finding indicates that the host country can benefit from policy that enable refugees to integrate into the labor market more efficiently. Skill training, language courses, and job matching program could further enhance their contribution to the labor market. Human capital impact. So second outcome variable we examined was human capital, measured by human capital index. So here the effect of refugee inflow through the positive, though positive, is smaller compared to the labor force participation. So a 1% increase in refugee inflows is associated with 0.002% increase in human capital index with a p-value below 0.05. So, well, like while the effect size is modest, this finding is important because it suggests that refugees are contributing positively to the long-term quality of labor in the host country. Many refugees bring diverse skills and experience, and over time, their children benefit from the education system in the host country. So, you know, like a policy implication, more effort are needed to enhance refugee access to education and health service, and etc. And result, GDP impact. I mean, finally, we examined the impact of GDP. Refugee inflows have substantial and positive impact on GDP. The coefficient for log refugee is 0.472 with p-value less than 0.001. This suggests that a 1% increase in number of refugees leads to a 0.47 increase in GDP. So, I mean, like, this is the thing. I mean, the reason why I'm doing this is this. I mean, we have to, when we are making a policy, we have to use statistics and the empirical data, not by the perception. But like, I know there are a lot of loopholes, so I'm making a lot of the adjustment. But what I'm saying is, you know, we shouldn't be like especially the political parties. I mean, they shouldn't making so much like fear mongering, like anti-immigrants, Islamic phobias to like confront this kind of diaspora and refugee crisis. Why this is important? Because now we're going to see, because of the Israel, I won't make my criticism in publicly. I mean, I'm not backing Hamas or the Hezbollah, but what I'm saying is the continuation of this like aggressions are making like lots of refugees. I mean, like in Lebanon, like I mean, you name it. If the war like continue on, there will be more refugees. And you know, again, we're gonna fall into the frame saying that, oh, refugees incoming, and we have to save our country from this infidels. Like, you know, who know there in this influx there might be a, you know, like ISIS or the Muslim Ikhwans, Muslim brothers. So yes, we have to work on it, but we have to you know, keep our feet in the ground. And talking about the facts. So let's, after 10 years, a decades of period has been passed. What the Arab refugees has done to the recipient country. I mean, you know, there's not many that negative effect has been done. So like, yes, like positive effect, we have to go do more research on it. But my point is, we have to build a policy, or like a political party have to make their campaign based on the reality and the fact and numbers. That is kind of my goal that I try to do for like second phase of our research project. I think I'm done with my presentation. Thank you for listening. And I should have been prepared the PPT file, but like I'm kind of planning to submit this paper in one of the journals. So like I didn't kind of like provide all the detailed numbers. But if you come and ask, I could show you all the detail because it's open source statistics. So it's there. The numbers are there. So thank you for listening. Thank you.
Well, this is a dream session where presenters are finishing early. This is great. This never happens. So let's move on to the panelists. We have first Dr. No Tasol, a lecturer from Engineering College at Hankook University of Foreign Studies.
Okay, so my name is Dasolo from the Hankook University of Foreign Studies. And first of all, I'd like to start by thanking the professor for sharing the theoretical background and empirical support of this new approach about the causes of participation in terrorism. Okay, so I remember that what I learned from him when I was a student. He said that terrorist is actually not the madman; they are the very rational people. Okay, so but lots of studies have tried to work out why Islamic extremism happens or their motivation of some participation in the groups. So most research have looked at the economic, religious, or political reasons, but this study is new and important because it look at the institutional factor. Okay, so the professor's study showed that the improvement in civil rights and freedoms, as well as the rule of law, have a significant positive impact on the dependent variables, namely the number of foreign fighters and the returnees. So what I found especially interesting that the marginal impact is very high compared to other variables. So I think that recently in Korea, we are also seeing the increases in violent and don't ask, don't tell crimes nowadays also in Korea. So I think it is also in line with what Professor presented. So as you mentioned in your presentation, it is really tough to limit civil and personal freedoms in order to reduce the number of people who join the terrorist group or the return from them. So first question is that I'd like to hear your thought on how we can reduce the number of people joining terrorist group while still protecting civil rights and liberties and maintaining the rule of law. For example, increase of the penalties for the participation in terrorist group can reduce the number of some foreign fighters or something like that. Secondly, several variables you set up are statistically very significant. For example, religious fraction. Okay, so it has very big impact. So I am very interested. So I want to hear your views on why religious fraction affect the dependent variable. The third one is the actual technical one. In your regression, there is no R-square. So I'd like to ask about the upper max, about value of the R-square. Okay, thank you.
So we move Dr. Lee Kong-soo, senior researcher at the Institute of Middle East Studies at Hankook University for Studies. Floor is yours.
Thank you very much.
A little bit more time because we are
yes.
okay, so
Oh.
we can have more time to do this.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Before I start, first of all, I would like to send my gratitude to the HK National Strategies Research Project Agency, along with Professor Kang Junyoung and Professor Chung Gi-young, and also the preparation team for giving us a good opportunity to making presentation and to discuss in this meaningful conference. And thank you, Professor Lawrence, sharing us really like detailed information about what's going on in Turkey these days. And also, I was really like impressed by your PPT presentation, this move, how it moves smoothly. As we know, like including Turkey, most of these Syrian neighboring countries are suffering from this land terrorism, during these days because of this huge influx. Like at the first, it was like 6.7 million refugees, and as the professor mentioned in this paper, it's like they're giving a birth, so the number is like growing. So we cannot ignore this point also. So this program actually, okay. So I really read this paper with full of concern, because I also heard this news about this what happened in Kayseri, and the huge revolt happened, and also at the same time at the borderlines, always there was problems, people are fighting and there are blood everywhere. But also at the same time, different from the Lebanon and Jordan, the entire countries, but Turkey is in the specific location is between the Asia and the Europe. So also at the same time, they are trying to enter the EU. So still they're trying. So this is the maybe huge point that Turkey is cannot move forward or the backward. So maybe just in my opinion, they will try to get something forcibly in the backward, but at the same time they cannot reveal what they want really. So as I was researching some news on these refugee issues, and it seems like Erdogan government uses the term as a terror to escape from what they are from the people's, especially people's blame. So I was saw that Erdogan, President Erdogan mentioned that that incident, that the uprisings, what happened in Turkey is the terrorist intention to create the chaos in the country, not they just created the chaos. So also at the same time, according to the Human Rights Watch, Turkey government forcibly expelled 57,000 refugees in the last year, including Syrian refugees. So it means for me, I can understand that the government tried to prevent expected problem by facing refugees to leave the country. So using the secretly national security forces, maybe, but not openly. Also, as this paper said, these days is Erdogan government is facing multi-enemy situation. So actually, Erdogan cannot do it really more refugee-friendly policy, because many voters is now going to the opposite parties. Last 2023, the election, the result also shows that how many votes they lost. So in this sense, I would like to have not questions, but I have like to give you 3 questions. So as some sources indicated, this forcible repatriation of some Syrian refugees. So do you expect Erdogan government would use this strategy or policy more strongly if when it encounters larger refugee hatred by locals, to calm them down, to solve the local problem first? Also at the same time, the second question is as the 2016, the European-Turkey deal is about the Syrian refugees only, as far as I understand. So do we have any other problems similar to the Syrian refugee phobias that happen to the other refugees in the Turkey region? It's beside this, but also at the same time, I thought it's connecting to the security dimensions of the Turkey, the local politics. And third, is there any possibility that Turkey used this blackmailing thing that use the scapegoating the Syrian refugees or refugees to the send or the free them to the European borders if they're eager to enter the EU, but the EU is not postponing like every time. So maybe the Erdogan can put this card like at the end when he's stuck in the corner. Just do you expect if they can use these security issues to the worldwide, like to not only keep it in the national side? Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Then we have Dr. Kim Yeonji, Principal Researcher at the Institute of Middle East Studies at Hankook University of Foreign Studies. I have to confess, I have also a soft spot for Dr. Kim Yeonji because 10 years my wife and I came to Korea, and she was the first Korean we met, and she was a great help, you know, at the airport, you know. So you can have all the time you want, okay?
Yeah, hello. Yeah. My name is Kim Eunji, and first of all, thank you for the HK Plus National Strategy Research Project Agency to hold this wonderful and meaningful event and to co-host our institute. And also, I'm very happy to be participate this session as the member of our institute and with the colleague. So as the Dr. Peng mentioned that our institute is now doing the project funded by the NRF, and the main title is the Arab Spring and the mass migration. So actually all these presenters presentation was very suitable and meaningful for our project, our research project too. Today, the Dr. Peck and Kim's research about the international refugee flows and the national competitiveness after the Arab Spring is very beneficial to see the impact on the refugee toward the economic the consequences in the host countries of the world, including the Korea maybe. So now most of the countries are negotiate the influx of the migration issue in each country and their influence on the society. So most of the perception on that, actually the perception is negative, most of that, especially toward the refugees from the Arab countries, I think. So most of the refugee, it is very difficult to obtain the position as the refugee in Korea. So maybe this study can support to change the perception of the people who have the fear of the refugee issue. At the end, the Dr. Peck concluded that. So here I brought the simple questions for Dr. Peck's presentation. So first of all, there was various dependent variables to seek these phenomena. Yeah, of course, I totally agree with that the labor force and the total GDP can prove the economic consequences on the host country, which the experienced about the influx of the mass refugee. But the HCI, the Human Capital Index, is kind of the number to see that the person who get the education and health guaranteed by their youth era. So somehow seems like not that have the big correlation between two variables, between HCI and refugee issues. So so I'd like to know that what is the reason to keep these three dependent variables to see the economic consequences on the host country. And second, the data of the refugee takes the data set from the 4 countries, such as the Egypt, Iraq, Syria, and Libya. So, yeah, but the point is that this paper tried to see the refugee after the Arab Spring, but in my opinion, the Iraq already has the mass refugee issue since the 2003 after Iraq war. So maybe the Iraq has the less impact on the Arab Spring, maybe. So I would like to know maybe it's better to see the other countries such as the Tunisia or Yemen. And last question is that in the analyzing the data, yeah, of course, it's kind of the empirical research, but was there any significant year or significant points to through the data set to see the boost or to develop the economy in the host country? Because maybe each host country, they now change their the policy toward the refugee from the Arab country. So maybe the number or the influx of the migration by the each year maybe has their very differentiation of the issue on that. And the last is kind of the comments on this study. Such as the Egypt, they already, Egyptian government actually support kind of the migration issue. So actually this study is focused on the refugee issue only, but if try to add the point of the migration issue can be support more accurate to the issue, because yeah, of course, refugee is very kind of the issue that to bring the fear of the society. But on the other hand, there are many migration from other countries in each country in the world. But actually, for the people in the society, it's very hard to who is the refugee and who is migrants from the other country. So if further study can try to bring the migration issue too, maybe it is very obvious to see how can be differentiated to the both country and based on their education and etc. the backgrounds. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I will use my authority and ask only one question each. I already wrote the research with Dr. Hanafi, so I will leave the floor to ask. So I will not ask anymore for you, but I will ask Dr. Lawrence about you said many times blackmailing, like Erdogan is blackmailing and so on. And it seems there is some sort of a bandwagon effect where other leaders from the region, from Middle East, is doing the same. Doing some sort of also blackmailing for the EU and the US and so on. So do you think, what do you think, what's your take on this? I mean, where do you think this is headed? Will this blackmailing will keep going on and on? So I want to know this from you. It would be great to get to know this more. Also, a question for Dr. Peck regarding your empirical analysis. It's very interesting, actually, the work and all this. And I share also what Dr. Kim have just mentioned. I also wrote this, like you, about the countries, choice of countries. Also, I would like to look for maybe Yemen, Tunisia, and so, because we're talking about Arab Spring. But one thing that I am not really 100% sure about is that you treat that refugees will come and work in those countries, which is logical. However, I think many countries have different policies regarding refugee. For instance, in the case of Egypt, it's very hard for refugee to work. So I think what you can do, you can look for ILO website. They have refugee, the sort of permits that they need to get, and you can control for this in your empirical model. One other thing is that refugees they have also different levels of education. So what you can do, you can control for the level of education from each country. They're coming from Egypt versus Syria and so on. And yes, exactly. You can control for this because they're not all the same, all this. So I think this will also enable you to do even further work on this. So I would like to hear from you about the comments from the panelists, and then we'll open the floor to the public.
Okay, so thank you very much, Dr. Nasuno, for your comments. Really appreciate it. Of course, I share the position that, and as an economist anyway, we always look into cost-benefit analysis, and that the terrorists or rational actor in their behavior, they are looking at a cost-benefit analysis equation, even if the benefit includes what they believe happens in the afterlife or whatever. It's part of their, utility function and the equation they are looking at. And what I presented today still fits in this same rational framework by basically seeing that whatever benefit they see actually for themselves, having the benefits or let's say that the merits of the personal freedom decreases their cost of both joining but then also returning back to the home countries and not facing harsh consequences and maybe continuing with the terroristic agenda. So it absolutely fits in this rational framework. So thank you for addressing this very important point. Now to your three questions, let me start with the first one. How can we reduce the numbers of those joining and coming back from ISIS? I understand your question. We're still keeping, of course, the important rule of law and personal freedom and so on. Yes, of course, there are many other relevant variables as well. So I was concentrating on those variables, and as you said, they show high marginal effects here. If you want to keep them as they are, so in sense of thinking of a ceteris paribus equation, of course, all the other variables that are relevant too, if we improve them, we can still reduce those that join ISIS. And here, I would like to bring another study that we just published this week in the Terrorism and Political Violence journal that also builds on the same project, where we look at socioeconomic frustration. And that connects actually with what Dr. Lawrence was talking about. The socioeconomic frustration is a very important determinant of also joining terroristic ISIS. Yeah? And that connects to the unemployment, the youth unemployment, the frustration, and then connecting to many things that we heard about here today in our session. So this is a very important screw to work on, and at least that one is not a controversial one. So there is not a trade-off. So improving of socioeconomic standards and reducing grievance from socioeconomic frustration, I think, is a win-win in everything, and also with refugees topics and so on. So that's another screw that is very important to work on. Okay, but that doesn't mean that we can leave the controversial topic also unaddressed. So what needs to be done here? I'm absolutely not saying we should reduce rule of law or personal freedom, but we should be aware of this trade-off and of this dilemma and of those loopholes that are used. It's intolerant people making use of tolerance laws to their own terroristic benefits. Yeah? And then it means, and this is not where I would be at stake in any way. As I said, I'm not a legal scholar, but we're legal scholars. Need to come together and see how can we make sure that these loopholes cannot be misused. Yeah, that for example, there should be very clear what happens with the returnees, and there should be possible to have a prosecution and to have trials, and maybe update the laws with this newer challenge that maybe nobody thought of 20 years ago. Yeah? So that needs to be addressed, and here with the quantitative results, we can spot the light on that this is a big issue and it needs to be addressed, and just pushing the topic or saying, oh, we will not take them back or whatever, this will not solve the issue. So that definitely needs to be addressed. Okay, your second question regarding the religious fractionalization and why it affects here the terroristic, joining the terroristic organization. Well, I would say very straightforward. Religious fractionalization leads to more religious radicalization. Yeah? When there is a lot of religious groups in the country, there is maybe already this stress in the country, could increase the religious grievance of people, yeah, and could be fueling the religious radicalization. I would be yet careful of interpreting directly the coefficients out of the table, as these are not the marginal effects. So marginal effects would still need to be calculated, but you're right, this variable was highly significant, so it's very important. The last question on the R squared, well, Tobit regressions, unlike the OLS regressions, for example, they don't have the R squared. There is the pseudo R squared that some researchers look into, but they also need to be taken with caution. So that's why it's not here. Thank you very much.
All right. Pardon me. Thank you, Dr. Young-Soo, for your questions and your comments today. They're very helpful. And let me see if I can answer a few of them. Let me know if I didn't get the questions correct. So the first one, will Erdogan continue to use forcible removals if there's continued social unrest, right? I guess I would say I hope not, but nothing's really stopping him. And this is part of the problem with this transactional approach to refugee rentierism. Right now, at the end of the day, you've seen in the graphs how unpopular this situation is amongst the electorate. And he's in the margin of errors in his elections right now. The AKP has had a tough time in some local elections. This past 2023, Erdogan maintained control of the presidency, but it wasn't exactly an all-out victory either. In reality, the coalition with the MHP, the nationalist party in Turkey, makes this a little bit complicated, right? Obviously, nationalist voters are at the top of the list of people who wanted to get rid of the Syrian refugees. We see this, even the MHP split, and you had the EU party, the good party, that came about a few years ago. So, will he or won't he? I mean, look, if there's one thing I know about studying Erdogan for 15 years or so, is that there may not be a better political survival in elections in the world. It's not like Vladimir Putin. I mean, he does have to deal with actual elections, okay? I would never second guess him as far as figuring out a way that's good enough for the electorate to stay in power, because he always has. Whenever I've thought, like, I don't know if he's going to get back from this, he always does it. And I mean, that's speaking to his brilliance, frankly. I mean, like him, don't like him, I'm not really concerned with that. Just as someone who watches him through elections, he figures out a way to make it happen. And all it takes is one little slip up from the opposition, and he knows very well how to exploit it. And that's what happened in 2023. If you looked at all the polling data going up into, to the election, everybody thought he was done. And then, he figured it out. So will he continue to do this forcible removal? I think, predicting Erdogan it ages like milk a little bit better than wine. I stopped doing that years ago. That guy figures out a way to do things, and that's just how he has. I mean, that's the grassroots of the AKP. If you look at them, they always have their ear to the ground. So they figure out ways. I'm not real sure what he'll do. As far as other refugees not having a particularly fun time, yes, I'd say the Afghans in particular. When you look at a lot of the survey data, you see especially cultural cohesion problems with the Afghani refugees. There are a lot of Afghani refugees, especially after the U.S. withdrawal of Afghanistan, that tragedy that landed a lot of Afghani refugees on Turkey's doorstep, and they have not had a good time of it. It's a massive cultural assimilation. Anybody who's been to Istiklal Street in Istanbul knows that that's a far cry from Kabul. So it's a big jump, and there have been a lot of problems with social cohesion there. Will Turkey leverage refugees in the UN accession talks? What I would say, again, predicting, I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with it necessarily, but he might. He has before. This has been he's leveraged. In 2020, he leveraged he basically made a migration crisis at the Greek border. However, I don't think that seems to be the plan right now. Hakan Fidan, the new Minister of Foreign Affairs, if you will, he's a very capable individual. I watched an interview and saw some work that he did recently talking about the continuation of Turkey's extension plan, and it doesn't at all seem to be like he's trying to leverage, right now anyway, it doesn't seem like he's trying to leverage refugees. It seems like he's taking a much more not gentle approach necessarily, but a smoother approach to things that's not as combative, right? He's a very capable individual, and I'm sure that they have something a little bit different planned. I don't think they resort to that unless they have to, and then that it's kind of a trump card in their back pocket as of right now. Dr. Gouda, bandwagoning on the blackmailing issue. There's a famous, in the literature, there's this one quote from Jordan that ends up showing up in like 5 or 6 different papers about how they said we should have done it like the Turks did. You know, like we should have blackmailed Europe like the Turks did, and it's kind of funny, but it's also comical in a different way. And I think this may go to what your paper was about earlier on today. I haven't read it yet, but in the brief discussion that I heard you talk about, Jordan doesn't have the same juice that Turkey does. It's a different game that they're playing. One, geographically, right? I mean, they share a border with the EU, right? Two, I mean, they play a different part in world politics. You know, they're selling drones all over the place. They're hedging in Ukraine, right? They're NATO members. They filled that gap in the Azerbaijani-Armenian conflict. You know, they're players in the Eastern Med. They got gas coming in from the Black Sea. They're trying to become an energy hub, right? So they have a totally different hand to play, I think, in power politics than some of these other countries that may want to do that can. So will it happen? I don't really know, but I don't think that those other countries that want to bandwagon have the same political capacity that Turkey does, nor do they have the same leadership, I'd say, with Erdogan's ability to handle himself on the international stage. That's why I'd leave it there.
Thank you. My answer will be very short. Yeah, I mean, what do we call the criticism that kind of like brought out? It's all like right. So I'll try to make my adjustment. And the reason why I kind of like choose 3 variables is because I mean I put every variable's in it, but like the reason why I put like 3 of them is because it's just number. So like I just want to just briefly show, yeah, number tells you that it's not going the other direction, whether it is it didn't give that big the influence. And yeah, I mean you talked about like why we focus on refugees. Yeah, I mean this is the thing. I mean like. Yeah, the foreign laborers. There are a lot of, in history, the migration from Middle East to the other countries are kind of like written in history. Even it is written in Bible as well. So like it has long history. So I just want to focus on the refugee issues, and the refugee are like kind of like what do we call? They're categorized by the UN, which is the high authority. So I just really focus on how the refugees crisis affects the other countries' issues. So yeah, my policy was taking Yemen out, but like even if we put Yemen in, pretty much the result will be the same. And this is the thing. The why we choose this 5 countries is because I really want to focus on Arab Spring issues. So like the refugees that had occurred after Arab Spring, and like foreign laborers and the thing. I mean they get legitimately their visas and everything. So we shouldn't be like worrying about like. But I want to focus as what are the impact of the refugee. Well, I mean like. Even in South Korea, we are not like what you have said. We are not getting a lot of refugees because we are worried about all this like side effects. So instead of getting refugee, we kind of make so-called like humanitarian resident permit holders or like dislocated people. Or, I mean, we try not to use refugee because we don't want all the refugees coming into our country. So we are kind of like doing our best to prevent them. So yeah, so like my point is this. I mean, the reason why I want to see the refugees, how refugees impacting the whole world. So I just see the reason why I choose that country it is because those are the country that kind of like not exported. I mean, like created the refugees after the Arab Spring, and what were the economic impact of that countries. I want to show it with the numbers. So I just get rid of all the indexes, but I just focus on the valuable that could be shown with the numbers. That's why I did it. But like after my research is done, I will gonna come out with you. And thank you for your advice on the education and etc. I will gonna put it to make adjustments.
Thank you.
So I think we did a great job with the timing. I suggest we finish here. If you have comments, right? Perfect, huh? If you have comments, suggestions, we will be here together for lunch, hopefully. So please talk to us and talk to the people here, and wish you all the best. Thank you so much for your attendance. Thank you.
Okay, we have an announcement. Well, when it comes to lunch, lunch is served at the end of this corridor, so you can find a room just for the lunch. So please move to the place for lunch. Thank you. Thank you for the session.
I will. Well, welcome to the third session of our forum. In the morning session, a few issues, including North Korean nuclear issue and refugee rentierism and other refugee issues, and the relationship between the freedom and terrorism were discussed. In the afternoon session, I could see a lot smaller audience. My name is Junyoung Park. I am the Korean ambassador to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. I just returned from Saudi Arabia in early January, and I also retired in February, and now I'm at the Yonsei University. The theme of our session, third session, is ethnicity, diaspora, and cultural diversities. First of all, let me thank Professor Kang and Professor Chung for inviting me to moderate this session. It is my great honor personally to have this chance. And today, for our session, we invited 3 presenters and 3 discussants. But unfortunately, one of the 3 presenters is missing today. So we have 2 presenters and 3 discussants. One presenter, let me introduce our presenter. One of the 2 is Dr. Sadbo Kasoba Aigul, Dr. Aigul, and Professor Lee Kwang-tae. And the 3 discussants are first Professor Lee Jin-young, and Professor Lee Chu-young-bin, and Professor Kim Do-hoon. Yes. I think our theme and the title, our theme is very opportune. It's very timely because when we look at the current situation with the ethnic diversity in Korea, we are going through some changes. Many people have been saying that Korea is a ethnically homogeneous nation, but these days people don't say that anymore. So at least we are ethnically and culturally diverse. I have been posted abroad in many countries, including the US, Myanmar, Canada, and China, Saudi Arabia, and Austria. And out of those 7 countries, 6 countries, 7 countries, 4 countries have the issue of ethnic diversity, such as US, Myanmar, and Canada, and China. I have spent 10 years of my career in China. China is composed of 56 ethnic groups. And very ironically, my last post was Saudi Arabia, but I didn't see any ethnic problem in Saudi Arabia, unlike other Arab countries. So it differs depending on the countries and their historical backgrounds. But in case of Korea, just recently we are receiving the growing number of different ethnic groups from other countries, and some of them are coming back from foreign countries where they have been long living there. So now the foreigners who are living in Korea comprise, the foreigners with foreign nationalities and diasporas who were originated from Korea a long time ago. So now Korea has to think about the future ethnic diversity that we are going to face in the future. So today's discussion will be a part of a good preparation for the future ethnic diversity. And today, our Dr. Aigul from Kazakhstan is going to present and to introduce the ethnic diversity in Kazakhstan. And also, she is going to introduce to us some challenges that Kazakhstan is facing these days with regard to the ethnic diversity. And Professor Lee Kwang-tae had conducted some interesting survey about Korean people's perception of Korean diaspora who are returning to Korea. Okay, so without further ado, I'm going to give our floor to the presenters. First, Dr. Aigul, yes.
Thank you. Good day for all. Thank you for inviting me in this conference. It's a pleasure to be here today. Thank you, dear moderator, for present myself. And I content today about Kazakhstan experience of a multi-ethnical society and government public policy. Can I use the presentation on the screen? I'm sorry.
Yeah, we are given 1.5 hours, but because we miss one presenter, so we can have enough time. So each presenter can have more than 20 minutes, up to 30 minutes. So, okay, you can do that first. Professor Lee.
Hello, my name is Kwang-tae Lee in Halim University. Dr. Sadvukasova has some technical difficulties, so let me thank you very much for allowing me to go first. And I feel a little bit burdened because the unexpected situation, but anyway, I will do my best. And I'm really glad to see my old colleagues here in HK+ research agency, because before I started working in Halim University, I used to spend 3 years here in Hankuk University. So I'm very honored and very feel proud of my old colleagues putting together this wonderful conference and forum. So for the people who are watching this conference via YouTube, I want to also suggest you should watch the forum which was held last week. My presentation title is South Koreans' Perception of the Korean Diaspora in Central Asia and China. Here, as you all know, the Korean diaspora in Central Asia is usually called the Korean, and those diasporas in China are often called 조선족. So if I say Korean, please remember that I'm referring to those in Central Asia, and if I say 조선족, please consider it the diaspora in China. So those two Koreans and 조선족 diasporas in Central Asia and China have been regarded as very special compatriots because their historical development was a little bit different from other diasporas of South Koreans. Those two diasporas were formed during the late Joseon dynasty, and those people who decided to move to the former Russian Empire was the origin of the diaspora in Central Asia, Korean, and other groups who decided to move to then Qing China is the ancestors of now Joseon족, the diaspora in China. And after the breakout of the Korean War in 1950, both of the diasporas were not allowed to return to their fatherland, that is the Korean Peninsula, because of the Cold War and the difference of ideological difference. And since 1991, after the collapse of Soviet Union, the relationship with the South Korea were recovered, and a lot of people began to move to South Korea, which creating a huge stream of human and economic exchanges. Yes, for those who probably are not well aware of those two diasporas, the Central Asian diaspora, Koreans, are now living mostly in Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Kyrgyzstan. And the total estimate of the population is about 500,000. And those Korean diaspora in China are also provided with a special status, with the special the Chinese legal provinces in mostly Jilin and Heilongjiang provinces, and their population are estimated to be around 2 million. And both diasporas are supposed to share some features. They all have long history of a relationship with North Korea. We can assume that because of their political situation, those in which those diasporas in Central Asia were living as Soviet Union's citizens of the Soviet Union, and those people in China also were held citizenship of People's Republic of China. So they are all under the communist government, and now the Chinese, the Joseon족, the diaspora in China still are considered as the Chinese citizens. And both diasporas also had difficulties with engaging in South Koreans, mostly due to language problems, particularly for Central Asian Koreans. They were so Sovietized, and most of the Koreans at the moment do not speak Korean in their homeland, even in Kazakhstan or Uzbekistan. So when they move or when they come to South Korea for their work or study, they have to be re-educated. And have to learn Koreans. Joseonjuk is a little bit different in a different situation because they speak Koreans in their diaspora in China. And both diasporas also have went through a sort of political influence by their current residing countries, particularly for diaspora in China, the Joseonjuks, because the Chinese economic boom has started in 1990s. China is growing powerful in world international relations, and that could actually have an impact on the relationship between South Korea and the diaspora in China, in Joseonjuk diaspora. And both diasporas also, many members of both diaspora decided to move and resettle in South Korea after 1991. But some have experienced cultural biases and exclusion and even discrimination in South Korea. So some of them had to return to Central Asia or China. But recently, we see some little different changes are occurring because many many Korean people in diaspora, both in Central Asia and China, now are feeling South Korea's lack of a workforce. As you all know, South Korea is having a very serious population decrease problem. And for the lack of a workforce, many Joseonjuk and Koreans are moving and started to work as a worker or laborer in South Korea's work hierarchy. So that makes the South Koreans welcome those diaspora people. And another change is popularity of K-culture, or so-called K-wave, Hallyu. So which makes many diaspora people willing to come to South Korea and become like South Koreans. So debates among South Koreans have gotten intense on how we can share benefits with those diaspora migrants. So I was wondering what South Koreans' current perception are toward the two diasporas. That was the beginning of my research, and to find answers of those questions, I made a small questionnaire survey, and this questionnaire survey was conducted during this September, and I got the 207 responses. It was, I admit that it was very small, but I'm still collecting the questionnaires, so it will increase, and I hope to see that soon. And the questionnaire consists of 10 questions, choosing one out of 4 options: strong agree, agree, disagree, and strongly disagree. And up to now, I got 207 responses, and you can see the age of the responses in the chart. And the 10 questions are actually 2 sets of 5 identical questions, 5 for diaspora in Central Asia, Koreans, and the other 5 for diaspora in China, Joseonjuks. The first question is, do you think positively about the Korean diaspora in Central Asia or in China? And this question was intended to find out favorability toward the question to diasporas. And the second question was, do you think that Korean diaspora in Central Asia are the same people as yours? This question was about the perception of a one nationhood. And the third question was, I know at least one famous figure among the Korean diaspora in Central Asia or in China. It was intended to check if the South Koreans have basic knowledge about the diasporas, represented by the knowledge of the most famous people of the diaspora. And the first question was, do you agree that the Korean diaspora in Central Asia in China may be given the same treatment, including rights and obligations, as South Korean nationals, if they wish? So it was to find out the eagerness to treat the diasporas as Korean nationals, including to agreement to offer them the same legal rights as well as obligations. And the final question was, do you think the Korean diaspora in Central Asia or in China will contribute to the future development of relations between Central Asia and South Korea? And it was to ask about the South Koreans' expectation that the question diasporas would contribute to building better relations between South Korea and their residing countries. So the result was like this. The first question, about the first question, the most responses were strongly agree or agree. It was more than, yes, it was around 89% of positivity for the South Koreans' favorability toward the Korean diaspora in Central Asia Koreans. And for the second question, the Korean diaspora in Central Asia are the same nation as us. It also showed the similar tendencies that 45% was strongly agreed, and 47% was agreed. And the third question, I know at least one famous figure of the Korean diaspora in Central Asia, and the majority of the respondents say they don't disagree or strongly disagree, which shows the low level of knowledge of the Central Asian Korean diaspora. Yeah. Yes. And the question number 4, if they wish, the Korean diaspora in Central Asia may be given the same treatment, including rights and obligations, as South Korean nationals. And the answer was that 72.9% were strongly agree and agrees. This relatively high level of inclusiveness can be linked to South Koreans' high level of feeling oneness. The answer of question number 2 with the Korean diaspora. And the last question for the Korean survey was the Korean diaspora in Central Asia will contribute to future development of relations between Central Asia and South Korea. And 82.6% were agreed and strongly agreed. So it was very, it was showing that how much expectation South Koreans have in terms of furthering relationship between South Korea and Central Asian countries. Let's move on to the case of Chinese 조선족s. So it was essentially the same question with the Central Asian Koreans. And the question number 6, I think positively about the Korean diaspora in China, 조선족, but unlike the answers for Central Asian Koreans, the respondents, the majority of the respondents chose disagree and strongly disagree, and which is pretty shocking to me, because I had assumed that the South Koreans have on the same level of perception between the Chinese diaspora and the Korean, the Central Asian Korean diaspora. But the question number 6, the result of the question number 6 shows the assumption was wrong. And the 7th question, the Korean diaspora in China are the same nation as us. And it was also a little bit surprising that given the answer of question 5, I could also assume that the answer of the question 6 also, the majority of the answer would be sorry. Yes, it was the same thing. Yes, would be the disagree or strongly disagree. But as it turned out here, it is proven that the majority of the Koreans really think that those Chinese Joseonjoks are the same nation as South Koreans. So there could be a difference in the answers of question number 6 and question number 7. And the 8th question was, I know at least one famous figure of the Korean diaspora in China. And like the answer of the question number 3, most South Koreans do not have much information about the Korean diaspora in China and Central Asia either. And question number 9 was, if they wish, the Korean diaspora in China may be given the same treatment, including rights and obligations, as South Korean nationals. And yes, it was also the show the disparity from exactly the same question in the question number 4 about the Goryeo-hin, the Central Asian diasporas. The answer of question number 4 was the majority agreed, but here the majority disagreed. So it was also very revealing. And the last question was, the Korean diaspora in China will contribute to the future development of relationship between China and South Korea. And the answers agreed strongly and disagree, strongly disagree are very similar, very even, but slightly, almost 85% respondents chose the disagreement. So this is the conclusion. According to the result of the questionnaire, South Koreans seems to have very different points of view on Central Asian Koreans from those on Chinese Joseonjoks in terms of favorability, inclusivity, and future expectations. The difference in South Korea's position may be caused by a better relationship between South Korea and Central Asian countries rather than between South Korea and China. Especially in these days, South Korea has difficulty in making the relationship with China better, so it could be reflected in the answers. And another reason could be a different attitude of the diasporas. Central Asian Koreans prefer to identify themselves as Koreans, while Chinese Joseonjoks prefer to call themselves Chinese. That could also be that could also have an impact on the South Koreans' perceptions of diasporas. And third reason could be a different acceptance of the Korean wave K-culture boom, because the Central Asians, Koreans, look more enthusiastic to accept and appreciate the Korean wave compared to Chinese Joseonjoks. However, the survey shows that, as we can see in the answers question number 2 and 7, South Koreans still strongly feel that both diasporas are the same Korean nation. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your presentation. When you think about Korean diasporas living abroad, we also have to think of the history of their migration into other countries. Korea has long been isolated from foreign influence. At the last moment of the Joseon dynasty, Korea was open to Western powers, and because of the difficult situation inside of Korea, many Koreans had to migrate into other countries. So maybe we can date back to in the mid-19th centuries when our first group of migration took place. They moved over to China and then Japan, I think, and then and also Central Asia. So very interestingly, except for Japan, Korean diasporas started with their migration into socialist countries or communist countries, and only in the 1960s. The other group of Korean immigrants went abroad to the US and Latin America and European countries. So still they have a very different standing in their living country, and depending on their history of their migration. And now today's presentation is about Korean diasporas who are living in previously communist countries. But we also have to take into consideration other factors about other Korean diasporas who are living in the US and Japan and Latin America and the European countries. So now we are going to move on to Dr. Aigul for her presentation.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry for my first chance, and I have a second chance to presentation today. Thank you. My presentation about ethnic diversity policy of Kazakhstan, and the content addresses of 3 key topics today. It's my don't have any chance. First, we will explore the background of Kazakhstan's multi-ethnicity and examine the current situation. Second, I will introduce to public policy concept. And lastly, we will discuss the risk and measures in Kazakhstan interethnic policy. Here are, Here are some facts about Kazakhstan. It is the 9th largest country in the world by land area. And Kazakhstan ranks 64th globally in terms of population. It's no so big country, maybe big country like area, but not a big country of population. It is home of 124 ethnic groups, and people in Kazakhstan speak in 124 different languages. There are representatives of 14 religion denominations in the country. Kazakhstan became a multi-ethnic nation in the early 19th century as a result of several large migration waves. Firstly, Kazakhstan experienced ethnic migration between 1877 and 1910. The number of Kazakhs was estimated at 18% of the population, with Russian being more than 10%, and Ukrainian 2% of less. Additionally, the Uyghurs and Dungans migrated to Kazakhstan after signing the 1881 treaty between the Russian Empire and China. Secondly, from the 1920s to the 1950s, Kazakhstan faced significant challenge due to famine, deportation, and evacuation. During the Z period, a total of 1.3 million people migrated out of Kazakhstan, which 660,000 of them relocating abroad to countries such as China, Mongolia, Afghanistan, Iran, and Turkey. Additionally, nearly 15% of the Kazakh population persisted during the years of collectivization. For example, these pictures shows some pictures about this historical period of Kazakhstan history. During the years of mass repression, over 3 million people were deported to Kazakhstan. This included Azerbaijans, Germans, Chechens, Kurds, Meskhetian Turks, Balkars, Armenian, Kalmyks, Crimean Tatar, Karachais, Koreans, and others. In total, representatives over 66 ethnic groups were forcibly relocated to Kazakhstan during this period. They were accused of treason and forcibly evicted from their homes. During the Second World War, a large number of evacuees began arriving in Kazakhstan. By the end of 1941, more than 300,000 people had been relocated to the region, and after the World War times, the number had risen to over 500,000 people. Thirdly, labor migration to Kazakhstan occurred after 1950s, specifically between 1954 and 1970. During this period, around 500,000 people arrived, mainly labor migrants from the European part of Soviet Union, including Russian, Ukrainians, and Belarusians. A rapid increase in the number of ethnic groups is evident from the histogram, showing that between 1920 and 1970, the number of ethnic groups rose from 38 to 114. By 1990, Kazakhstan was home to 130 ethnic groups. Even after gaining independence, Kazakhstan has remained a multi-ethnic society. According to the 2021 census, Kazakhstan is home to 124 ethnic groups. The number of Kazakhs has risen significantly, increasing by 33.7%, and they now make up over 70% of the population, making them the largest ethnic group. The second largest group is Russians, with a population of over 2 million. As a result, Kazakhstan's demographic composition continued to reflect a diverse mix of ethnic groups. The country's ethnic diversity management policy aims to promote inclusive governance and ensure equality for all citizens, regardless of their ethnic backgrounds. This policy is applied consistently across all ethnic groups, regardless of their size of composition. The concept of public policy is grounded in two principles. The first principle is different origins, equal opportunities, which emphasizes equal opportunities for all citizens, irrespective of their ethnicity, origin, religion, or social status in social, political, and economic development. The depolitization of ethnic issues. the prohibition of political parties based on ethnicity, and the prohibition of including ethnic hatred also. The next principle of public policy is unity in diversity, which signifies that Kazakhstan fosters a civil identity while presenting and supporting the ethnic identities of all its citizens. Key aspects of this principle include the term ethnic minorities is avoided in societal discourse, as it implies a division based on size of ethnic groups, which is deemed unacceptable in Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan is viewed as a homeland for all ethnic groups, promoting integration based on citizenship. There are guarantees for the preservation of the cultural, linguistic, and traditional heritage of all ethnicities. State policy is executed through collaboration between governmental bodies and the non-governmental sector. For instance, the Ministry of Culture and Information is a part of the government, while the Assembly of the People of Kazakhstan serves as a non-governmental organization comprised of ethnic cultural association. The President of Kazakhstan serves as the chairman of Assembly of the People of Kazakhstan, which has branches in all regions of the country. Assembly of People of Kazakhstan was established in 1995 and functioned as a consultative and advisory body under the President of the Republic of Kazakhstan. It has the authority to recommend 5 members for appointment to the position of senator in the Parliament of the Republic of Kazakhstan. The primary component of the assembly are the Ethnocultural Association, which the first organization being established in 1889. Their main task is to study and promote the language, culture, and tradition of various ethnic groups in Kazakhstan. The assembly's councils operate in the regions which is the support of government bodies, non-governmental organizations, journalists, and experts. Since 2009, the Scientific and Expert Council of Assembly has been activated, focusing on educational and research projects related to the history, culture, and interethnic relations in Kazakhstan. You can see some pictures about Assembly of People of Kazakhstan, and the government actively supporting ethnic culture, education, and mass media through various initiatives. For example, national treaties have been established for several ethnic groups, including Uyghur, Korean, German, and Uzbek. In 2070, the Uyghur, Korean, and German National Theater were granted academic status. A total of 52 media outlets representing the Ethnocultural Association have been registered. The Club of Journalists collaborates with editors of ethnic newspaper. For example, the oldest Korean language newspaper countries to publish, celebrating over 100 years of operation in Kazakhstan. Schools offering education in the native languages of ethnic groups are enabled in areas where these groups reside in compact communities, including middle schools in Uzbek, Uyghurs, and Tajik languages. There are a strong emphasis on respecting ethnic and religion traditions. For example, May 1st is celebrating as a day of unity, and May 31 is observed as the day of memory. Additionally, Nowruz and Christmas are recognized as public holidays for all citizens. Ongoing, can you see this picture about the oldest Korean newspaper published in Kazakhstan and the Korean tradition dance for this picture. Participation of ethnic groups in social development. This picture shows that's Uzbek, Georgian, Tatars, and other ethnic groups in Kazakhstan. And participation of ethnic groups in social development, the Assembly of the People of Kazakhstan plays a significant role in creating and supporting social projects for ethnocultural association. For instance, the Mediation Council facilitate public diplomacy among various groups and individuals. Ethnocultural associations also engage benefactors and patrons through the charity caravan project. Additionally, the Mothers Council, which consists of 1,000 members, provides assistance and support to families while promoting national value. On the most significant project is titled The Memory for the Future, which aims to preserve the legacy of those who were forcibly relocated to Kazakhstan. These individuals endured numerous hardships but managed to survive with the support of local Kazakhs. They have since made Kazakhstan their homeland and strive to pass their memories as experience on to the younger generation. There are also youth organizations that encompass 17 branches focusing on fostering platforms, love for the homeland, self-development, and various engaging projects. The Manbala project involves young people who are eager to learn the state language. Additionally, the Club of Journalists of the Assembly of the People of Kazakhstan organizes media forum and works on establishing ethnical guidelines for the information sector. All these projects share a common goal: to prevent conflict and foster a collaborative environment. This picture shows about a Day of Memory, 31 May. It's like the National Day of Memory about who died the period of the forced relocation and repression of the Soviet period, and celebrating the 1st May and Nowruz, celebration Nowruz also. But Kazakhstan faces a new risk in nowadays. There are several risks in the environmental sphere. For example, xenophobia and intolerance, the spread of hate speech and the use of ethnic content on online platforms can provoke real conflict. In regions with high population density and low living standards, contradiction may arise using ethnic markers. And sensitively to external violence, ethnic communities may be particularly sensitive to violence occurring in the external environment. And next slide shows about how the public policy and government working to this area requires ongoing attention and effective measures, including the monitoring and social research. For example, institute which representative me, the Institute of Applied Ethnopolitical Research, and provide this practical recommendation for the governmental bodies on studies of interethnic relations across various regions, and local social project initiatives like Peace and Harmony promote community cohesion, and state language education programs aimed at teaching the state language for all citizens conflict management training for civil servants and other people conducted at the Academy of Public Administration under the President of Kazakhstan and Eurasian National University, and journalist training focused on enacting the understanding of interethnic issues. These actions are designed to foster the integration of ethnic groups, created a support environment, and promote a culture of positive interethnic relation. Kazakhstan, so it's my last picture and conclusion. Interethnic relations play a key role in social and political life in Kazakhstan. Large-scale shift in politics, economic, education, and the media significantly affect this relation. In terms of decision-making and public policy implementation, new challenges are emerging due to the following factors. First factors, low standard of living in rural areas and socioeconomic inequality. Second, transformation of social values among the young generation. And finally, social media. It is important to emphasize that Kazakhstan policy towards supporting ethnic diversity remains centered on maintaining balance, preventing conflict, and fostering integration. The government actively addresses new challenges as they emerge, with the overarching goal of promoting unity and ensuring justice. Thank you so much for listening, and I am sorry for my pronunciation in English. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. At my first sight of Dr. Aigul, I assumed that she must be Korean. But actually, this kind of misjudgment happens in our on the ground for our Korean diplomats. Whenever we encounter some diplomats from Kazakhstan or other Central Asian countries, we are confused with the Koreans. So, anyway, thanks to her presentation, we came to know that Kazakhstan is a country whose ethnic diversity is huge. Very interestingly, we already presumed that Kazakhstan is a large country, but it's never a large country in terms of its total population. But the population is composed of 124 ethnic groups, huge. China has, as I said, 56. Saudi Arabia has about 26. But Kazakhstan, very interesting, especially when it is compared with Korea's situation. Very interestingly, Korea and China and Japan were open to outside the world very late. And we thought of this belated openness of our society as the main cause for our weakness. But maybe thanks to the late openness of our society, we were able to maintain a relatively simple composition of ethnic groups, unlike China, because China is a huge country that has encompassed the various ethnic groups throughout their history. And now, we are move on to our discussants. We are going to start with Professor Lee.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Jin Young Lee from the School of International Studies at Jeonbuk National University. And then let me introduce briefly the discussed. And my research focused on the ASEAN. It means the Southeast Asia region, and then including the policy-related work on member state expansions, regional development gaps, and then the international development cooperation. And these days I focused on the Peranakan heritage in the Malacca, Malaysia, and Singapore. So I'm happy to see you all today at this session and looking forward to our conversations. I've learned lots of things from two presenters and focused on the Kazakhstan, Dr. Aygul, and Dr. Aygul's research touched upon a number of critical issues related to the Kazakhstan and then some kind of the ethnic diversities. So to get the conversation rolling here today, I'd like to ask and then some comments due to some questionnaires. So it is the very interesting point that Kazakhstan avoid the terminology as terms ethnic minorities to maintain an inclusive society approaches. So this promotes the idea that all ethnic groups are equally integral to the nation and fostering a unified national identity. So one of the another interesting point from your presentation, I just think about the mentioned lots of times youth groups, the meaning that for the next generation, and then the shift in values among the younger generations toward the civic identity over the traditional norms, and there seems to be an important development, I think. So maybe it reflects how modernization and the globalizations influence the national unit and maybe the intergenerational relations. So maybe the lots of things, lots of interesting point from your presentation, and then the government supports for schools and the national theaters and then the ethnic medias ensure that the cultural heritages is the preservers, maybe the fostering a sense of the national belongs. So that this seems crucial, I think the critical point for preventing the cultural assimilations and the maintaining the ethnic diversities. So the Kazakhstan's proactive approach to conflict prevention to prevent and such as the conflict management training and the journalist educations and seems like the vital for maintaining the peace situations in a diverse and diverse society. So it would be the insightful to hear more about how these programs have impacted the local communities, maybe the rural areas, maybe I think so. So it is my main concern about the socio-economic inequality because I focus, most of my research focus about the development gap in the nations and then among the countries. So the rural-urban divided and ethno-economic inequalities are highlighted as challenges in the future more on the present. So how might these socio-economic disparities inter-ethnic tensions and what policies could alleviate these challenges in the future? So this is my main concern and the main questions. And actually, I just wondering, and then some minor questions from your material and presentation material. So first thing is that a minor question. So the policy framework mentioned about that the different origins and the equal opportunities promotes equalities regardless of ethnicity. And how has the prohibition of the ethnic-based political parties affected the political stabilities in Kazakhstan? And then the second thing is that from the presentations mentioned the xenophobia and the online hate speech and the socio-economic inequalities as potential risks. Potential risks mentioned about that. How is the Kazakhstan addressing these issues and then especially focused with regard to the younger generations, the youth, and the shifting the social values? So that's all my some kind of the comments and the two minor questions. And then let's move to Professor Lee's presentation. I just wondering one thing is that the survey reveals and the survey addressed a stark contrast point about the South Koreans' favorabilities toward the Korean diaspora in Central Asia is just called Goryeo-in, and compared to the diasporas in China, Joseonjo. So what factors might contribute to these significant differences in perception? So that is my some questions, and then thank you very much for two presentation. I've learned lots of things from your presentation. Thank you.
Okay, we can continue to move on to the next discussion. Professor Chu, actually, Chu, surname Chu is not a minorities, minor surname among the Korean surnames. I just asked my ChatGPT how many surnames Koreans have. The answer was about 280. So I wanted to compare this number with the Japanese surnames and Chinese surnames. Very interesting answer I got from my ChatGPT. It says that China has 6,000 surnames. But interestingly, the Japanese have 100,000 surnames. Is it correct? I'm really surprised to see so many Japanese surnames are adopted by the Japanese people. Anyway, Professor Chu, you have the floor.
Thank you. Actually, so many people ask me, are you a Kazakh or Mongol? And my answer is, maybe my father is from Kazakhstan and my mom from Mongolia, and I'm Korean. I answered like that always. My name is, as Ambassador mentioned, my family name is Chu, and my name is Youngmin. I'm a research professor at Hankuk University of Foreign Studies. First of all, I would like to thank all presenters for preparing such a meaningful presentation. I'd like to make a brief comment on Aygul Kakimbek's, a deputy director from Kazakhstan. Ethnic issues, especially in multi-ethnic countries, are a core element that significantly influences social stability and unity. It is a kind of prerequisite for a stable maintenance of a country and its future development. According to the statistics from Ministry of Justice of Korea, the number of foreign residents in Korea in 2023 reached 2.5 million, accounting for 4.89% of the total population. In 2013, this figure was approximately 1.5 million, representing 3.08% of the population. This indicates that over the past decade, more foreigners have entered Korean society. This shift is not only evident in statistics, but can also be observed directly in our everyday lives. As Korea is transitioning into a multicultural society, the presentation on Kazakhstan's multi-ethnic environment and related policies was highly intriguing. I believe that Kazakhstan's approach offers valuable insights as a successful example of addressing ethnic issues, which can be very instructive for Korean society. As mentioned by Aygul Kakimbekeze, many experts anticipated the potential for ethnic conflicts in Kazakhstan due to its multi-ethnic demographic composition at the time of independence in 1991. However, contrary to these concerns, Kazakhstan has not experienced serious ethnic conflicts that could threaten the country over the past 30 years since its independence. I believe that Kazakhstan's ability to effectively solve ethnic issues and prevent potential problems can be attributed to the Assembly of People of Kazakhstan, as highlighted in today's presentation. From now on, I will refer this institution as APK in short. So I have considered some characteristics for the APK that might be instructive for Korea. First, I would like to highlight how the APK has adapted appropriately to the evolving context of Kazakhstani society. Unlike other Central Asian countries, which emphasize the language and culture of the titular nation, immediately after the independence, the Kazakhstani government officially recognized the formation of various ethnic associations and ethnocultural associations supporting the preservation of each group's culture and language. In 2007, after a certain level of nation building has been achieved, 9 members of the lower house were elected through the APK, and since 2022, 5 members of the Senate have been selected through the APK. Additionally, the APK holds annual meetings each April or May to listen to and discuss the opinions of various ethnic groups, making policy adjustment as needed based on the current situation. Of course, the law that prohibits the formation of political parties based on the ethnicity does not necessarily provide equal opportunity to all. However, considering that non-Kazakh ethnic groups made up a large proportion of the population at the time of independence, without such legislation, there could have been significant ethnic conflicts or movement for secession, which might have hindered the social stability and economic development Kazakhstan enjoys today. Furthermore, if opportunities for parliamentary representation had not been provided to non-Kazakh groups in the 2000s, it might have led to increased emigration of these groups, ethnic groups. Thus, the APK is not an institution that imposes government policies, but rather one that listens to the voices of society and incorporates them into policy in a timely manner. Additionally, I would like to emphasize that the APK plays a role as a bridge to shape a new civic identity in independent Kazakhstan. I'm aware that there are House of Friends under the APK across Kazakhstan. During my time in Astana, I often visited there, and I feel like this is the small version of Kazakhstani society. Various ethnic groups expressed their own cultural characteristics, at the same time formed other civic groups beyond the ethnic boundaries based on social roles such as mothers, elders, aksakal, students, and journalists. Therefore, the APK can be seen as more than just an institution supporting the various ethnic groups that make up Kazakhstan. It plays a crucial role in facilitating the formation and growth of a new civic identity in independent Kazakhstan. Sometimes I feel that Korea's multicultural policies swing between assimilationism and unregulated multiculturalism. Additionally, policymaking and implementation often occur in isolation within individual agencies and institutions. Of course, the Kazakhstan's multicultural environment differs significantly from that of Korea. However, the APK offers a thought-provoking example of how to understand and approach multicultural societies, encouraging us to rethink effective methods for building a cohesive civic community. In this regard, I hope that both countries the Kazakhstan and Korea can create various platforms for dialogue to share their experiences on the topic of multi-ethnic and multicultural society and find more effective solutions together in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chu. You just mentioned the number of foreigners living or working inside Korea is growing very fast. Actually, at my first sight of Korean society when I came back from Riyadh early this year, I was surprised to see so many foreigners living. Working in the streets. They may be living or traveling, but during the weekend, I like hiking in the mountains, and you have a good mountains surrounding the city of Seoul. In Inwang Mountain, I saw so many foreigners hiking in the mountains. Intermingled with the Koreans, so it's a lot more crowded inside and on the top of the mountains these days. It's a good news anyway. And I also agree that APK plays a very important role in Kazakhstan to manage the ethnic issues. Before I came here, I also read the report submitted by our Kyrgyz professor, Kairabek, Dr. Kairabek, and he also referred to assembly of Kyrgyz people of Kyrgyzstan. So I realized that both countries have a very similar institution, which plays a very important role in managing the ethnic issues. Okay, let's move on to Professor Kim.
Thank you, moderator. My name is Kim Do-hoon from Hankuk University of Foreign Studies, and I'd like to thank two presenters for their presentation. Since the two discussioners discussed about Dr. Eichel's presentation, so my discussion mainly focused on Professor Lee Kwang-tae's presentation. And he conducted a survey in 2024 with South Korean respondents, and the study measures favorability or perception of national identity, knowledge, inclusivity, and expectation regarding these diaspora communities. And Professor Lee Kwang-tae said it's shocking, but I expected the result of the survey, and it indicates a stark contrast. South Koreans generally hold more positive views toward Korea saram, seeing them as more closely tied to the Korean identity and more likely to contribute to relations between Central Asia and South Korea. And on the other hand, the Joseonjok, the Chinese Korean, are viewed less favorably, despite the fact that many South Koreans still perceive them as a part of larger Korean identity, and despite the number of people residing in South Korea. And I think this paper presents an insightful comparison of two Korean diaspora communities that have been shaped by differing historical and political circumstances. And the use of survey data, even though it's a very small number of people, but you say it's growing, you are still collecting the people's survey data. It helps ground the analysis in contemporary public opinion, offering empirical insights into how these communities are perceived today. And actually, my discussion mainly goes around 3 points. The first one is, even though it's not very closely related to its main theme, but in your conclusion, you mentioned about the people in Central Asia and China, which is Korea and Joseonjok. The perception of themselves is quite different. You said that Korean perceived them as Korean. On the other hand, Joseonjok mainly perceives them as Chinese people. But actually, I'd like to mention that those identity of Joseonjok people in China is way more complex, because I dug into very same issue in the last month. There is another survey conducted by another scholar that asked those Joseonjok people how they perceive themselves. And the first question is, where is your homeland? And overwhelming majority of respondents empirically answered that China is their motherland. And when they were asked that, which language do you perceive as your mother tongue? And 35% of people, 35% of Joseonjok people said their mother tongue is Korean, and rest 64.9% of people chose Chinese and Korean, both are their mother tongue, and none of them chose Chinese as their mother tongue, which means that when they were asked about their nationality or from the political perspective, they conceived they are Chinese people. But when they were asked about their, let's say, the cultural background and the root of their identity, they think they are a part of Korean people. So I think when you do the survey, you have to maybe to mention about those things. And the second thing is that even though the paper provides a comprehensive analysis of South Koreans' perceptions of Korean diaspora in Central Asia, but I'm wondering, grouping Central Asia as a single region maybe overlook the important nuances in the relationships between South Korea and individual Central Asian countries. Because in her presentation, Dr. Aigul also mentioned that every single country in Central Asia has their distinctive ethnic policies towards those Korean diaspora in their respective countries. So I think there must be differences among those countries, and it might result in some kind of different response of the people about this survey. And the third one is Professor Lee also mentioned, I'd like to know about the why issue of the significant differences that exist between the perceptions of the two groups. Of course, there are several factors, including those bilateral relations between South Korea and respective countries, or South Korea and China relations, as well as the media portrayal in South Korea, and how the media and such as the news broadcast or movie or TV dramas depicts those Joseonjok and Korean in their respective cultural contents. Also influences those South Korean people, how they look and how they see those foreign people. So I'd like to raise a question. What do you think is one of the most important factor that decides the differences between two diaspora groups? Yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your questions and comments. You reminded me of a certain group of Korean people's perception about Joseonjok, Korean compatriots living in China. Until the end of 1990s, many Korean people ask Joseonjok, which country or which team are you going to support in the soccer competition taking place between Korea and China? Most of them answered, no, we support the Chinese team. So Korean people came to realize that, oh, the Joseonjok is not on the side of Korea. Anyway, I don't think, when after we enter into the 2000s, the Korean people don't ask such questions, a silly question anymore. Now, the floor is open to you to answer those questions.
Thank you for all panelists for discuss about our presentation, and especially many thanks to Professor Lee Jin-young and Chu Yeon-ming for discuss about my issue and experience of Kazakhstan. And I recognize several questions in your speech, but I heard about just two main questions, Professor Lee. Yeah, okay. For example, I think we really write about public policy in Kazakhstan, which provides the principle of unity in diversity, because it is still the two opposite process. For example, one process toward to the maintaining the ethnic identity, and second process is the creating the unify of all citizens of Kazakhstan. Yes, I agree. What is a controversial process, but the Kazakhstan government try to unify all of citizens, regardless or such as regardless of ethnic background, because we have the long-term, long period of Soviet politics which divided ethnic minorities and not do welcome to ethnic culture, ethnic linguistic, etc. And after we have the independence, this ethnic renaissance was very good emphasis for all people who can live, who can lose your identity, ethnic identity. And Kazakhstan governance supported this ethnic identity become this based ground of created the civic identity. And this process, yes, I agree, this process is not easy. It's so strongly and so difficult process. And we have the not long period for establish a strong civic identity, because I say about how our people related with events, events which come to the other country. For example, we have the long boundaries line with Russia, and we have the abroad with China and other Central Asia countries, and Russia, Kazakhstan, and Central Asia countries are the same ethnic structure of population, and very important for our inner policy and for foreign policy of Kazakhstan. Kazakhstan have the toward to different country, the same politics between Kazakhstan and Russia, between Kazakhstan and Chinese and other Central Asia country, because we have the balance between foreign policy and inner policy in Kazakhstan. And for example, why we provided the one civic identity, for example, I think we have the two factors for remaining about that. First factors is the language policy. Kazakhstan have just one state language as Kazakh language. But we have the situation when more than half people of Kazakhstan don't use Kazakh language in everyday speaking and everyday conversation. And we have official language such as Russian language. And we spoke about Kazakh Korean. For example, Kazakh Korean don't recognize such as mother language, the Korean language, because she changed this mother language to the Russian. And this reality results of the politics of Soviet period. Many Kazakh people also change your mother language to the Russian from Kazakh. But nowadays we see that the Kazakh language has the new renaissance in the new generation. For the new generation, Kazakhstan is an independent state, not because they not now about Kazakhstan such as like a part of Soviet country, just the independent period, who growing in the independent period. And I don't understand about, I forgot about your two main question, for example, political party and political life. Ethnic groups participate in the political life in country which who represents the political party is not have the limited or quote for ethnic minority. we have not this politics because every citizen of Kazakhstan have a right, have a possibility for include to the political party who involve in your main opinion and your main interest, etc. Okay, I agree that nowadays Kazakhstan faced with xenophobia in the social media because this different hate speech spread of the very fast for all of citizens who have these devices on your hand and without the knowledge about particular content in this situation. If you use ethnic markers without the particular content in our speech, I thought our researchers show that the social media play an important role of the spread the hate speech, or the spread of the positive opinion between different ethnic groups, between groups and government. And especially Ministry of Culture and Information supports the ethnic public newspaper for created the positive opinion and the really knowledge about culture, about language, and about who is these ethnic groups in Kazakhstan. Thank you so much.
Many questions were raised to her. So now I realize that we have a time constraint. So, Professor Lee.
Yes, thank you for valuable feedbacks and critiques, especially from Professor Kim Do-hoon and Lee Jin-young. And I absolutely agree with you for the 3 points that you raised. The Joseonjok has a very complex identity. And also, I agree that the Central Asian countries have a different policies for, especially when we look at the situation and the formation of our perception of the diasporas in Central Asia Koreans. And let me just make one example that as far as I know, Kazakhstan has the Kazakh language is the state language, but Russian is the official language, right? But in Uzbekistan, only Uzbek is the official language. So as you mentioned, there is very different policies and situations, and I think the Koreans are trying to adjust to this new circumstances. So thank you very much for raising that point, and I will go and check out more about that. And the third question was what was the most important factor, I think, that make the contrast between the contrast of the perception between the Korean, why Koreans think more favorable to Koreans than to Joseonjoks. I don't know. I want to ask you, both of you, and please let me know. Tell me what you think. But as the Professor Kim Do-hoon mentioned, cultural representation is also very have a deep impact because there are so many movies, crime movies, featuring the Joseonjoks as a main criminal perpetrator or suspects. So yeah, that also made an impact, definitely. But I think not just, I don't want to ascribe only the cultural representation issue. The China's position as a world leader, I think, for me, really makes South Koreans nervous because they claim of their claim of hegemony the South Koreans, I assume that South Koreans are feeling threats to South Korea's identity because, as you know, our cultural heritage, like the 씨름, the cultural wrestling, the traditional wrestling, or arirang, our traditional song, are also part of UNESCO's World Heritage of Chinese, the Joseonjuk. So yes, so South Koreans are thinking that China is trying to steal our culture, and Chinese also claim that the South Koreans are stealing their culture. So it kind of cultural war and cultural competition makes the South Koreans nervous. And since the Joseonjuk people claim to be, they want to prefer to identify themselves as Chinese, that probably make the South Koreans think of Joseonjuk not as favorable much as the Korean is. So yes, those kind of are very critical and very delicate issues. So I want to talk more about it with our Chinese experts. Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought that we have enough time to allow me to cut in, but in Korea's diplomacy, actually, during the Cold War era, the Korean diaspora was supposed to contain some political implications. But after and during the post-Cold War era, we think of Korean diaspora as economic connotations. So implications in our diplomacy has changed also. So today, we became aware of diversity and complexity in ethnicity of Kazakhstan. And we noticed that Kazakhstan is making great efforts to support ethnic groups with a special governing system, the core of which is the Assembly of People of Kazakhstan. At the same time, we are aware that Kazakhstan is making very cautious efforts to foster societal unity across ethnic groups. And we also came to know that about the Koreans' perception about Korean diasporas of two groups. And all those contents we got from our presentation and the discussion are instrumental to our preparation for the future ethnic diversity. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's start. Good afternoon. First of all, I thank you for keeping your seats until this late hour. Before starting our session, let me briefly introduce myself. My name is Ho Kang-il. I was the former Korean ambassador to Ireland and also to Bangladesh. And recently, I served at the United Nations Memorial Cemetery in Korea, which is located in Busan. And I'm very honored today to play a role as a moderator. And as you know, today we expect 3 presenters, but unfortunately, the Professor Asif Husseinov, he was not able to join us today. So we have today only 2 presenters, but luckily we have 3 panelists as scheduled. Well, the theme of this the session is peace building and conflict resolution. It is a very important issue. And when we look around the globe, we can easily notice that the world has been plagued by numerous regional conflicts, both large and small. And we all know there is no quick or easy remedy to cure those problems. But seeking and exploring better alternatives to address those issues is always a worthwhile endeavor. In this regard, we are happy to have our experts, 2 experts. We invited 2 experts, and we have the opportunity for them to share their insight with us. Who will go first? The professor? So I will give the floor to Professor Miyamoto first.
Thank you for inviting me to this wonderful conference. My name is Satoru Miyamoto. I am a researcher on the history of North Korea, politics and diplomacy. And I am a professor at Seigaku University in Japan, and currently in Seoul as a visiting research fellow at the Institute for Far Eastern Studies. Now, let me begin my talk right away. North and South Korea were known as one divided nations. However, since the end of last year, there has been a major change in North Korean policy. So, everyone knows North and South Korea as the ROK and the DPRK are 2 states under international law because they joined the United Nations separately in September 1991. However, in the relation between North and South Korea, they have been recognized as one divided states. So they were 2 governments of the same nation and divided states. So, and diplomacy and North-South dialogue are different from because just so North-South dialogue is not even diplomacy, because North and South Korea are the same ethnicity, same nation, and highest national goal is to eventually reunify the two Koreas. The North-South dialogue was treated as a dialogue between the domestic political force. But since the since the end of 2023, it have fundamentally changed. North Korea has decided to abandon reunification and treat North and South Korea as two states. In perception from the North Korea, North and South Korea are some separate states. So from they changed their recognition from divided nation from separate states. So we have to analyze the North Korean document. So you know the North Korea. In North Korea, several debate about the reunification. From 5 years ago, some opinion that must separate from separating from South Korea was rising in North Korea after North Korea and the United States summit in Hanoi. So we can know it from their text of the North Korean text. You know so when North Korea said Republic of Korea, is meant insurgency, like an insurgency against the North Korean government. But sometimes North Korean newspaper states Republic of Korea, but it is it with the double brackets. With double brackets, Republic of Korea means it's not it's not it's not a separated country. It means just insurgency. So we need to find the Republic of Korea without double. We need just Republic of Korea in the North Korean text. For example, so Rodon Shimbun, it is the organ of the Workers' Party of Korea, said we have never recognized the South Korea as normal country with the appearance of sovereign states, but rather as a Republic of Korea. But the Republic of Korea directly imitating the name of the country at the end of the Joseon feudal dynasty, which was disastrously declined as a pharaoh as a place of destruction to the world powers due to the country's excessive power and treacherous attitude. In May 14, 2014, this Republic Korea with the double bracket, so it means not independent country. It's just insurgency against North Korean government. But 2023, December 3, 2003, then Workers' Party of Korea first recognized Republic Korea as a separate country states. This is a foreign, and this is a statement of Foreign Ministry of DPRK. Then states. Sorry. The states the Republic Korea without a double blanket. So then North Korea recognize South Korea is ROK. South Korea ROK is a separate country. This is ROK is different from the DPRK. So we can know they decided the beginning of the December 2023, North Korea and North and South Korea separate countries. So then end of the December 2023, Kim Jong-un, supreme leader of the North Korea, said, looking back over the years of inter-Korean relations, anyway, they give up the unification. And next year, January 15, 2024, Supreme People's Assembly called the Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un, and Kim Jong said the North and South relations have been completely fixed into the relations between two states hostile to each other, and the relation between the belligerent states, not the consanguineous or homogeneous one anymore. So they decided South Korea is a different country from the North Korea. And the next day, Central TV of the North Korea, North Korea displayed the North Korean map. It's January 15 is the whole Korean peninsula is the North Korea, but Japanese January is 16. Another area of Korean peninsula is North Korea. So now North Korea gave up the unification, and it means peace or not. First, so ROK, Republic of Korea for DPRK is independent states or another. I know the North Korea, DPRK, socialist states always think the independent country is independent from the empirism. So South Korea, ROK is a puppet of the United States, United States empires. So, so North DPRK think themselves independent country, independent states, and sovereign states. But Republic of Korea is puppet of the United States. So not ROK is not independent country. So it is very dangerous for the ROK because it's the reason for North Korea can attack the South Korea because South Korea is not independent country. So Republic of Korea is separate but not independent states. So how does North Korea decide the ROK as a ROK as separate states? So I said the workers. I said the Workers' Party of Korea decided it the beginning of December. So we read many Rodon Siemens articles. So I found some important meeting is held on December 1 in 2023. So it's so I explained before yes. I found this article. So Workers' Party of Korea, WPK decided the December decided the treat South Korea as a separate country on the December 1. Of course, North Korea reported North Korea didn't reported it, but we can understand it. We can understand it, assuming that the party, the North Korea, assuming that the North Korea, the Workers' Party of Korea decided it December 1 on December 1. North Korea will angry for the North Korea criticized South Korea because South Korea government suspended Article 1.3 of Agreement of the Implementation of the Historic Panmunjom Declaration in the military field on November 2022. So 2018. I'm sorry, November 22, 2023. So North Korea next day, November 23, North Korean Defense Ministry announced they they canceled all of this agreement. So North Korea, treated South Korea as a separate state because of the South Korean government decided decision, South Korean decision. So I heard the I heard the 2020. I heard it 2020 that some North Korean people said that they will give up the reunification and treat South Korea as an enemy country. So because they angry for President Moon Jae-in because Moon Jae-in suggested the North Korea and the United States dialogue. In the beginning of the dialogue between the South and the North, North Korea don't think that the dialogue between North Korea and the United States. But President Moon Jae-in suggested the dialogue between North Korea and the United States to Kim Yon-nam and Kim Yo-jong. They came to the presidential home in South Korea. So Kim Jong-un accepted this suggestion, but it failed. So North Korean people think Moon Jae-in is a liar for the supreme leader Kim Jong-un. So they got angry for Moon Jae-in and South Korea. So then Kim Yo-jong said that on March 15, 2020, we have to separate from the Republic of Korea. But then Kim Jong-un don't accept it. Kim Jong finally accepted it December 2023. So now we have two choices: reunification or peace. So some U.S. people or South Korean people said that North Korea will attack South Korea. But it's wrong. Because North Korea, DPRK minimizes their territory, and they always say that they have no idea to attack the South Korea. And because the DPRK is think that the giving up the reunification is a peaceful. So reunification brings the competition between the South and the North Korea. But if DPRK gave up the reunification, South and North Korea don't need to compete. So competition brings a war in the Korean Peninsula. So North Korea said it's peaceful way. So abandoning the reunification is peaceful way. So the abandoning the reunification brings the peace in the Korean Peninsula? No, because Kim Jong Un said, if South Korea attacked North Korea, they will counterattack against South Korea and occupy South Korea too, like Russia try to occupy the Ukraine. So we need to be ready for the war, but it will bring the peace to Korean Peninsula. But no, so I think the war will not happen in the near future. But in the long run, preparing for war will prevent the war. We must understand it. So, but looking to the future, reunification, which would lead to disappearance or either government, South or North. Yeah, cause it could be cause of war. If so, North Korean logic that abandoning reunification would lead to peace is unstable. So, reunification or peace. My friend Korean, that choice is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Miyamoto. Thank you for your contribution. I think Professor Miyamoto's presentation provides a compelling analysis of the North Korea's changing stance on the reunification of Korean Peninsula and its implication for the inter-Korean relations. And I share your view that while the abandonment of reunification by the North Korea may reduce immediate tensions on the Korean Peninsula, the ongoing hostility between the South and North still leaves room for potential conflict. Okay, so once again I thank you, and I will give the floor to Professor Selig. Would you please?
Yeah, thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hello, everyone. As being the last speaker of the conference, I will try to keep it short. I promise it. Thanks for still joining us at the very last session of today's conference. My name is Hatice Çelik, and I'm one of the faculty members of the Asian Studies Department in Institute for Area Studies, Social Sciences, University of Ankara. And I came from Turkey, definitely. So it's really my pleasure to be here and to participate in this great conference and great forum. So when I first invited to the forum, actually, I was thinking about to maybe present a different topic, but then in the first week of September, I was in Brussels and had a chance to visit the EU and NATO headquarters and also the Korean embassy in Belgium. So I noticed how important the EU and South Korea for each other. Not only South Korea, but the Korean Peninsula in general. It's quite important for the European Union. So I decided to make a presentation or share my insights regarding the role of the European Union in the Korean Peninsula politics, because usually when we have talk about or when we have think about the Korean Peninsula politics, we usually remember or think of the four great powers, or let's say four powers, namely the US, China, Japan, and Russia. But of course, in addition to those four powers, actually the European Union is a quite important actor regarding the Korean Peninsula politics. And I think we can argue that European Union as an actor, as an international actor, is a more neutral actor as compared to those four powers regarding the Korean Peninsula politics. So actually this is a very new research topic for me, so it's a very tentative presentation. And let me also say that there's a very good quality and high numbers of literature on this very specific topic of European Union and its relations with the Korean Peninsula politics. But today I will try to give you a general outlook of the picture and also try to share the main pillars of the European Union in establishing or in constructing the relations with the Korean Peninsula, not only South Korea but also the North Korea. So let me start with the agenda of the presentation. So I will briefly talk about the EU as a neutral diplomatic actor and what are the main pillars of the relations regarding the Korean Peninsula politics. Mainly they are the denuclearization efforts, the human rights advocacy, economic cooperation and sanctions, humanitarian assistance, sustainable development and technical expertise, and collaboration with other international actors. And at the end of the presentation, I will try to share my future insights, or let's say future recommendations, both for the EU and also both for Korea's. So as I said in the beginning of the presentation, we can consider the European Union as a more neutral diplomatic actor as compared to other actors operating or let's say neighboring the region like the US, China, Japan and Russia, because all of you are quite familiar with the political issues between those two powers and both North Korea and South Korea. But as I said, EU can be considered as a more neutral diplomatic actor. But still, however, the EU has strategic partnerships in Northeast Asia, and it has actually formed many alliances through different mechanisms. When I say alliances, actually it also includes the connectivity frameworks or strategic partnership, etc. So those are like China, Japan, South Korea, and while Japan and South Korea welcomes its presence, China remains relatively hesitant due to its different political values. But EU promotes stability, free market principles, and democracy, but also encounters internal and geopolitical obstacles. And when we have a look at the diplomacy and trade area, we see that the EU is a major proponent of the rule-based trade in Asia, balancing formal dispute resolution with active diplomacy. And this dual approach actually has made the EU one of the key economic partners in the region, although its also geopolitical role remains complex. And definitely EU is one of the important markets, international markets, not only for South Korea, but also the whole, let's say, the countries in the East Asia region. And soft power is also has a role in regarding all issues. EU has contributed to peacekeeping efforts in different regions of the Asia in general, but of course it's seen as a more let's say relatively modest security actor in Asia because it's mainly focusing on soft power and promoting or try to promote non-traditional security and multilateral cooperation aligns with its broader diplomatic goals. And public diplomacy here is another important, let's say, field for the EU to have a role on the Korean Peninsula politics, because the EU boosts its visibility through educational and cultural exchanges, such as, for instance, the EU Center in Taiwan, which enhances understanding of its policies in the region. And I'm sure you are also quite familiar with that. Many of the European, not many, but actually, but some of the European Union countries have different international campuses in all over the Asia region. So it can be, as I said, the education diplomacy can be also a kind of a good way to promoting mutual understanding of each actor towards education diplomacy. So, and if you have a look at the security and geopolitical strategy, actually the EU tries to play a kind of comprehensive role in regional security, and especially if you consider the current international system and the crisis like the Russia-Ukraine war, and also the deepening relations of North Korea and Russia in recent months has quite a kind of alarming impact on the European Union, because the deepening relations between North Korea and Russia actually might have a direct impact on the nature, or let's say on the course of the Russia-Ukraine war, which actually EU is quite concerned. And let me also briefly talk about the denuclearization efforts. The European Union is quite interested in promoting the denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula as a whole, and it has been supporting the denuclearization through like multilateral diplomacy, or like it's giving diplomatic support for non-proliferation, and also it has been a supporter of the six-party talks. And in the morning sessions, we already have talking about the six-party talks. Unfortunately, it didn't bring any kind of like concrete results at the end of the talks, but still it was a good way to at least keep the communication, because I believe it's always better to be in the dialogue or like keep the communication with the actors instead of not talking to each other. So in a way, although as I said, it didn't bring any kind of like concrete solution or like concrete output, it was a still important process, and EU was definitely in favor of it. And as I said, there has been different denuclearization frameworks offered by the EU in general. And considering the human rights advocacy, we can say that the human rights is, or let's say has been, one of the main pillars of its perspective towards the Korean Peninsula, especially North Korea, because human rights violations or human rights issues has always been on the agenda of EU, not only regarding the Korean Peninsula, but like in all over the world in general. So human rights is always one of the most important topics considering the EU's perspective towards North Korea. And of course, it's directly related to its normative power, because EU is trying to use its normative power to advocate for human rights, focusing on the humanitarian aid, institutionalized dialogues, and also mutual multilateral approaches, and promoting value-oriented policies. And it's also like try to focus on, or let's say provide some international forums, or create international forums to be a base, or let's say to be mechanisms for human rights issues to be discussed. But here, like the human rights issue is an separate issue, and also the humanitarian aid issue is another one, and I will be coming to that point too. And if you look at to the economic cooperation and sanctions issues, I think we have to divide South Korea and North Korea into two here regarding the Korean Peninsula. The EU and South Korea has a kind of like economic partnership since actually in 2010. Both sides signed a free trade agreement, but the agreement entered into force in 2015. Just, I mean, 5 years later, the agreement was signed actually. And it was kind of like also including the global issues like climate change and non-proliferation, and it definitely enhanced the trade and economic relations between these two actors. And regarding the sanctions on North Korea, actually, it's important to see how the EU is trying to balance its policy on North Korea, because at the same time, it supports the sanctions on North Korea as part of its partnership with South Korea to have a kind of like cut on nuclear ambitions, but while still providing the humanitarian aid, because the EU is trying to balance its pressure. It's pressuring maybe via sanctions, but also it's trying to keep the like human rights issues or let's say human rights issues on the agenda. And regarding the potential for North Korean economic reforms, the EU has been mentioning that they are quite willing to support economic growth through trade and investment, but they are waiting for North Korea to undertake some reforms. So I think that both sides is kind of like expecting some concrete steps from each other. When we have a look at the impact of sanctions and economic cooperations, actually North Korea's trade, especially with China and South Korea, shows resilience despite sanctions. The EU's participation in sanctions emphasizes its commitment on global security, while its humanitarian efforts highlight a soft power agenda. So as I said, it's a kind of like dual approach. On one hand, the EU is trying to keep its sanctions on North Korea, but on other hand, it's also trying to like provide humanitarian aid, because the state level relations is kind of like different from the society level relations in the eyes of the European Union. So Humanitarian assistance, as I said at the beginning of the presentation, has been one of the main pillars of the European Union in its perspective or of its perspective regarding the Korean Peninsula politics. The EU actually has a long-standing history of providing aid to conflict zones, not only North Korea but in general. It's also focusing on the elevating chronic food shortages, medical aid, and also disaster response. And despite challenges from sanctions and North Korean regime, especially if we remember the 1990s famine and the food shortage in North Korea, EU has been one of the suppliers of the food via the World Food Program, actually. And also NGOs are quite active and actually try to be quite active, mainly the South Korean NGOs, supported by the European Union and other international donors, play a very crucial role in overcoming the logistical challenges to deliver aid, because they focus on vulnerable groups like children who are quite unfortunately vulnerable in terms of food shortages and like kind of like famines, etc. And the EU is trying to engage with more like NGOs also, like in providing the humanitarian assistance. And of course, there are some challenges in aid delivery, because mainly the North Korea imposes like severe restrictions on the humanitarian agencies, and they are kind of like limiting their ability to deliver and monitor aid. So despite these obstacles, the European Union remains a significant donor, working with international organizations to address malnutrition and health crisis. So the sustainable development and technical expertise can be regarded as an important, let's say, pillar regarding the EU's perspective on North Korean Peninsula politics, especially the green energy cooperation, renewable energy in North Korea, and sustainable development goals and agricultural and environmental sustainability has been mainly the four, let's say, four main pillars of sustainable development and technical expertise, in which, or let's say, via which the European Union is trying to keep the relations alive, and also kind of like try to deepen the relations with North Korea through energy cooperation, or let's say sustainable development goals achievement, and also agricultural and environmental sustainability. And also EU is trying to kind of like cooperate or collaborate with other international actors, and like they are trying to engage in multilateral forums like the East Asia Summit and like the United States, China, Russia, and Japan. They are trying to kind of like sustain the peace and solidarity within the East Asia region in general through like collaborating with other international actors too. So as I said, the EU collaborates with major global powers, including the US, China, Russia, and Japan, through multilateral mechanisms to promote peace, security, and non-proliferation on Korean Peninsula, contributing to regional stability and crisis management. And regarding the future outlook and what might be the future, let's say, nature of the relations, or what might be my recommendations within this changing international system, and unfortunately, it's full of crises currently, and the EU should have a more active role regarding the Korean Peninsula politics, because especially as I mentioned before, regarding the Russia-Ukraine war, actually, and the current deepening relations between North Korea and Russia actually has an alarming impact on the EU side, because the relations between North Korea and Russia getting more deeper and deeper, and which might have a direct impact regarding the defense and security relations, because we all know that Russia has been under kind of like sanctions regarding the arms and some other like security and defense issues because of the Ukraine war. But Russia is trying to kind of like get rid of this, the impact of the sanctions through establishing new alternatives, or let's say new partnerships, especially like North Korea, because if they get deepen their relationships, it might be providing new, let's say doors, or let's say possible mechanisms for Russia to supply, or to be able to supply more weapons or more like security related things, and it might have a direct impact on the Russia-Ukraine war. So in this sense, one of my suggestions is to, like regarding the EU and Korean Peninsula politics is for EU to continue to have a dialogue with North Korea, although sometimes the relations are ups and downs, but it's always better to get in dialogue and to keep the communications. It will, I'm sure we are not able to see concrete results or concrete outputs, but as I said, it's always better to keep the dialogue between these two actors. And also regarding the South Korea and EU relations, I think the EU should promote, or let's say work much more harder to deepen the relations with South Korea. For instance, one might be, one solution, not solution, but one kind of suggestion might be to establish a kind of EU-South Korea connectivity framework, maybe, because you know that EU-China and EU-Japan has different connectivity strategies and connectivity frameworks. So why not South Korea has another one with the EU? Of course, it might be necessary for the South Korean side to see some kind of concrete results or concrete expectations from such a framework, but still it might be a good, let's say, idea to have a kind of connectivity framework which will be serving for more kind of solidarity between EU and South Korea. So I think it's my end of presentation, and thank you for listening to me. I will be happy to have your questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Chalik, for your very comprehensive presentation. Traditionally, in dealing with the North Korean nuclear issue and the inter-Korean relations, EU has not been considered as a key partner or key player because it has been often overshadowed by the US and China. In this regard, I believe Professor Chalik's presentation sheds fresh light on the EU's role, as you pointed out, as a neutral partner in this important issue. And at the same time, I cannot agree more with your view that the EU can contribute to this important issue because EU has its strengths in leveraging its soft power through diplomacy and multilateral engagement. Okay, thank you very much. Okay. Then our presenters, they finished their presentation. So now the floor is open for our panelists. Who will go first? Yes, please.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Welcome. Thank you for your patience till the last panel, and you're still here. I will start with, according to who presented first, Dr. Miyamoto, talking about peace or reunification between both Koreas, and he made some observation. As I understand, Dr. Miyamoto able to understand Korean, speak Korean, if I'm not wrong, and he observed North Korean news and also possible accesses to even TV news, as I understand, and do it regularly and very intensively. So it shows very fresh developments regarding to what's going on in North Korea. So solely his perception of presentation was how developments in last year, because I see it is mostly 2023, 2024, which is good, it is fresh, developments about perception of North Korea towards South Korea. I think that the benchmark for this development and change maybe started since rapprochements which started by mediation of President Trump, when was very big positive expectation that two countries may have approach each other and making further development for peace treaty. And Professor Miyamoto actually mentioned about Hanoi meeting where President Trump also participate, but expectation not became a reality, and after that, sharply situation changed. And regarding to that, we even see what type of development happened, rhetoric change. But I have several questions regarding to your presentation. The first question, you mentioned that North Korea regularly saying that South Korea is not a country, and this is not a country just puppet of imperialism. There's something who is following the policies of Western, mainly maybe United States. Okay, does it new mention? Is it new? Have it been something different before the 2023, 2024? I guess that there was eternal perception of North Korea towards South Korea. What's new about this mention? Second, you say that North Korea amplify such notion like South Koreans, not the same nation with North Koreans. Yeah, we can even say in terminology that Joseon and 한국 사람 이거 다 알아요. But in any case, what they mean when they say no same nation? Is it in context of modernization, or they imply something else in this notion? What do you think? And third, you regularly talking about messages of Kim Yo-jong. I understand that Kim Yo-jong extremely important person. She is regulating propaganda issues. And does it mean that what you say that North Korea mentioned about South Korea, that it's not the state, it's not the nation, and so on, only for domestic usage, not a message for the South Korea? Can it be that only for the domestic usage to making propaganda towards North Koreans, or it's also a message which they expected to be heard by South Korea? If so, then what expectation of North Korea from this message? And lastly, you put the picture into your presentation. I like such type of issues. It is easy to observe because social science has no laboratory. We have no any possibility to go, for example, North Korea. And here you see this Nalshi temperature about North Korea. It was January 15, 2024, and January 16, 2024. It's changed. The map has changed. Page 153. Actually, it is contradictory. Before January 15, they show whole peninsula. Now they show only North Korea. It seems that actually they recognize North Korea, South Korea as a state, did not recognize. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Miyamoto, will you respond to the question? Or after question?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and thank you very much for, first of all, I would like to thank the presenters, both of you professors, for your excellent presentations. I found them very highly informative as well as very insightful. And I think both presenters offered their analysis, both on the political dynamics surrounding the Korean Peninsula, but each of you had a distinct focus as well as involving different actors. You concentrated more on the two Koreas, and Professor Hatice has shown another third actor, the European Union, as a variable, which I think this diversity actually enriched our session and making it more comprehensive and insightful. So I will now briefly comment on each topic and pose a few questions. First, I will begin with Professor Hatice. I think your presentation focuses on exploring the multifaceted role of the European Union in Korean Peninsula politics, particularly its efforts to balance diplomatic neutrality, denuclearization, also human rights advocacy and economic cooperation. I think I believe you have effectively illustrated its intricate geopolitical role in the region. As you thoroughly mentioned, I totally agree. And as I'm quite interested in the human rights issue about North Korea, I think your perspective on EU's role and endeavors in human rights advocacy has quite enlightened us about the issue that we might have been forgotten for a couple of years. And actually, you mentioned about the EU as as leveraging its normative power to champion human rights in North Korea, even in the face of North Korea's reluctance to engage in that issue. And this particular aspect actually has historically posed challenges to our governments because we have some complex things between the two Koreas, as well as we have some domestic political constraints when it comes to the issue of North Korea. So I believe that the persistent efforts of the EU in spearheading initiatives for humanitarian aid as well as the human rights reform will undoubtedly prove beneficial for South Korea because the EU can say what we have pressure on saying. So they can take the initiative on which we have troubled in, so which is the human rights issue. So that was my brief comment about your presentation, and I have prepared two questions for you. Firstly, concerning the EU's efforts in human rights advocacy. Actually, you mentioned about the EU's dual strategy of advocating for human rights while offering humanitarian aid to North Korea. It presents a delicate balancing act given the fluctuating stance of our government. Because when it comes to the liberal administrations, we have often sidestepped from the human rights concerns, while when conservative governments, for example, this government comes, we have aligned more closely with global human rights advocacy standards. So, in your personal view, against this backdrop, how should the EU navigate this kind of dual role effectively with our constraints in the Korean government issue to ensure some substantial progress in this issue? And the second question is about Turkey's role. I think you are well aware about our center's project because we have introduced to you about our project. So it is focusing on the creation of unification-friendly circumstances by fostering cooperation and communication with our neighboring states, particularly Turkey, Central Asian states, or our northern countries. And maybe I think everybody in this room share the idea that achieving unification cannot be accomplished in isolation just by South Korea or solely through bilateral endeavors between the two Koreas. So in this context, could you propose some practical ideas for enhancing this kind of cooperation and communication between South Korea and Turkey within the framework of Korean unification? So in order to create this kind of unification-friendly circumstances, how can Turkey help us to build those kind of circumstances? And for Professor Miyamoto, I think you have meticulously delved into the historical division of the Korean Peninsula with a focus on the evolving relations between the ROK and the DPRK. And your depiction of the DPRK's shifting perception concerning the notion of separate states is particularly well articulated in your PPT. I also thought that the use of the double brackets you mentioned, I think that was very interesting to see the concept in our eyes. Also, you elucidated your elucidation on how the DPRK's conception of the independent states it differs has likely provided valuable insight to both our foreign participants who are here and also some of the Koreans who are in this room who may not be well versed in North Korean rhetorical ideas. And as Professor Ibrahimovic also mentioned in the same line. So I have prepared one question for you. As previously mentioned, our center's project concentrates on the creating unification-friendly circumstances through fostering cooperation and communication with our neighboring nation. And in this endeavor, I think Japan has a very significant role, as a very close neighbor to both Koreas, actually. You have the historical background with both North Korea and South Korea, and also we also share the historical precedent of collaborating in the early 21st century through the Six-Party Talks platform. But despite losing the momentum, I think South Korea and Japan, in conjunction with our mutual ally, the United States, have consistently collaborated in addressing the North Korean issues. So in this context, I just wanted to ask you, as a Japanese scholar, could you provide some insights into Japan's reaction concerning the DPRK's newly changed stance on the Korean Peninsula unification issue and regarding the separate states issue? Because you currently have a new government that just came into in the beginning of October, as far as I know, right? Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I want to hear about your opinion about the Japan's reaction. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the wonderful presentation, and it's an honor to be here. And I want to start by saying that I'm not an academic expert, but a journalist. So my approach might not be as academic as others, but I hope to share my thoughts and experiences based on what I've seen in my reporting. And I'm going to be brief. And talking about peace building and conflict resolution, I think I have to point out that the situation is still very tense on the Korean Peninsula. Even yesterday, North Korea threatened that their artillery units near the border have been ordered and is ready to fire. And North Korea has accused South Korea of sending drones over its capital, Pyongyang, to drop leaflets critical of leader Kim Jong-un. So situation now is very tense. And major powers like the US and China have a lot of influence over the peninsula, and the peninsula often becomes a hotspot in their competition. So if we want to reduce tensions, I think it's important to focus on dialogue and diplomacy, and we should reopen communication channels, and we should provide humanitarian aid. And I think small confidence building steps are very important since they can lead to bigger discussions in the future. So, and another point I would like to emphasize is that we should never give up on the goal of North Korea's denuclearization. They are pushing for an arms reduction talks rather than genuine denuclearization, and they aim to be recognized as a de facto nuclear state. So I think the international community should never give up on the goal of denuclearization, and we should never allow them to take that path. And that's pretty much what I wanted to talk about. And I also have comments and questions to each presenter. And first, as for the Professor Miyamoto, I completely agree with your view that North Korea sees South Korea as a separate state, but not truly an independent one. And on another point, you mentioned that since North Korea has given up on reunification, the likelihood of them starting a war against South Korea is very low. But what if their intention isn't to start a war, but isn't there still a possibility that a small unintended incident can grow into or escalate into a much larger clash? So I would appreciate your answer to that. And also for Professor Selig, as you mentioned, human rights have always been a core value of the EU. But however, sanctions we impose to North Korea to push them toward denuclearization often end up making everyday lives of North Korean people very miserable. So it's like it's creating a dilemma. So how can we balance between pressure and protecting human rights? So that's all for me. Thank you.
I thought that we will just one by one, so let me also mention about presentation of Dr. Chelik, the role of the European Union in Korean Peninsula politics, and that was very descriptive and very detailed explanation of European Union relationship with both Korea, and in this regards, like it is explaining political, diplomatic relationship, economic relationship, and also about efforts of European Union towards, let's say, mediation, facilitation between two Korea. Here also in the cooperation with the third parts also explained like how possible to do it more effective. And Dr. Chelik mentioned that European Union tried to be maximum neutral in order to making her efforts regarding to different subjects. I have several questions because if we talk about European Union as an economic actor, okay, they not adopt because it is supranational level, and that means they can act as a solely actor in international area. But can we able to tell about you as a diplomatic actor or political actor, since because they don't have still supranational level of foreign policy? If you look to the common foreign and security policy of European Union, we can see that it's still on the intergovernmental level. And I made some research and I saw that not any single mediation effort of European Union since they became the European Union in 1992 were not successful. They had only successful case in negotiation about nuclear collaboration with Iran, but when administration of Trump came to power, so it's also failed. As also I can include the efforts of European Union about Armenian-Azerbaijan approach. It's also failed. So does it mean they can be successful in because simple they are not single actor and 27 countries has different interests towards Korea, and including human rights issues, including denuclearization, because France itself is a holder of nuclear power, and how it will be successful. And another issue maybe can be equations. For example, you told about some European Union attempts like making financial assistance or different type of assistance to the North Korea. I checked their site. Since 1995 to 2022, they made 136 million euro, and it's only 500,000 per year, which is not big sum. And do you think that their type of providing assistance can be so attractive for North Korea in order to accepting the mediating role of European Union in regards of, let's say, what will going on next in the agenda with South Korea? Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, thank you for the Ibrahim. I'm sorry, Ibrahim. So the Dr. Ibrahim. So it's a difficult question. But I cannot reply to you. But I can give you the hint. So I knew the previous session talk about the what is Korean. So Korean diaspora. So how do you think to the North Korea is a diaspora of the Korean or not? So I knew North Korean nationalism is similar to Japanese. And the South Korean Japanese nationalism is similar to the German, because you know the national type of nationalism is two: French type and the German type. German type is nation. They think nation as family. French is not. French think nation as a ideology group. Yeah. So Japanese nationalism consists of the ideology that the Westernism in 19th centuries from the Meiji Revolution in the 1868. So So the Japanese move to the foreign country is foreign people. So the the Japanese American, Japanese French, Japanese German is we Japanese think that they are German or American, not Japanese. So but Korean think Japanese Korean American is Korean. It's different, perfectly different. North Korea think the Chinese Korean Chinese not Korean. Because North Koreans think that so DPRK citizen means DPRK citizen have to know the socialism or communism. So North Korea, so North Korea accepted the South Korean type nationalism in the 1986. Yes. So then Kim Jong Il said Kim Jong Il said that North Korea have to accept for the South Korean nationalism for the dialogue between the South and the North. So, but originally, North Korean don't have the South Korean type nationalism. So Japanese type nationalism. So North Korea. So North Korea saying that North Korea now North Korea thinks South Korean nationalism is different from North Korea. So they fear South Korea is different nation. So and of course North Korean got angry for President Moon Jae-in, because the fight of the summit between North Korea and the United States. So North Korea think North Korea decided the separate nation between South and North Korea, and it's not domestic propaganda, not only domestic propaganda, but also the international propaganda. So the Rodon Shimbun, the newspaper organ of the Workers' Party of Korea, is for domestic, but the KCNA, Korean Central News Agency, is international. It is for international propaganda. So separate South and separate countries propaganda is broadcasted in Rodon Shimbun and both of Rodon Shimbun and KCNA. So North Korea hope every country recognize North Korea is not ROK. But North Korea is a socialism country. So they think independent country and puppet country, and so maybe North Korea think Japan also puppet of the United States, and South Korea too, and maybe Taiwan too. So they think North Korea thinks that their enemy country, so Japan, South Korea, and Taiwan, enemy country. But Taiwan is part of China, and South Korea is so by last year part of North Korea, but now part of the United States. So if South Korea try to talk with North Korea as a separate country, So not South-North dialogue, but diplomacy. So North Korea recognizes South Korea for peaceful country and independent country. But now, I don't know. So if South Korea try to negotiate with North Korea, maybe so South Korea can talk with North Korea in the third country, for example, Mongolia or the United States or United Nations as a separate country, another country. I think it is a good best way for North South Korea. So now everybody everybody thinks that North Korea will attack the South Korea. It's very so there the tension between the South and the North. But North Korea don't feel the tension now. Only South Korea and the United States feel the tension between South and the North. And I think I want to say, don't worry. Don't worry, don't worry the North Koreans and North Korean street. But we need, of course, we need to think about North Korean nuclear weapon. Of course, but I think Professor Park Kyung-jun. So I think we have no way to resolve the nuclear issue of the North Korea. So we need deterrence against North Korea. I don't know how to get the deterrence against North Korea, but some South Koreans insist that South Korea have to develop a nuclear weapon, but I don't think so. But some people think the United States bring the nuclear weapon to the South Korea. I don't know it's a good way or not. It's a South Korean choice. And Professor Iju-sung, I'm sorry. Professor Iju-sung, thank you for the Japanese ask for the Japanese stand. So I explained the Prime Minister Ishiba's thinking. So Prime Minister Ishiba visited in North Korea in 1990. So I met him several times, and I heard his story in North Korea. Of course, I can't say all, but I heard Ishiba felt the North Korean image in the first step, first visit in North Korea. It is ancient Japan, old Japan, before World War II. Yeah, the nation as a militarized nation. So I feel the success of the Japanese empire is North Korea. So, but Ishiba's Prime Minister Ishiba think that North Japan have to talk with North Korea because we have many issues. So abduction issue, nuclear issue, and or normalizing the diplomatic relations. But now, but now the Ishiba administration faces the opposition from the public opinion. So no, maybe Ishiba administration cannot normalize development relation with North Korea. But so Ishiba said Japan have to build the office in Pyongyang for contact with Japan and North Korea. So I think Ishiba is a very Ishiba is a realist, supreme realist. So now before when maybe okay. I met him this year, and he said all of politicians in Japan don't try to normalize diplomatic relations with North Korea. So maybe he want, because now North Korea is not South Korea, North Korea is not ROK. So now Japan has diplomatic relations with ROK, but now Japan can have diplomatic relations with DPRK too. So Ishiba want to try, but now public opinion in Japan opposed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Maybe I can start with my colleagues' questions and comments regarding with how EU can kind of balance or approach this regarding this advocacy issues like human rights. I think regardless of the government type, like either the liberal governments or the conservative governments are in power in South Korea, I think EU should be kind of try to apply, or let's say pursue a kind of constant and stable human rights advocacy. I mean, it doesn't have to be kind of changing all the time, but it should be kind of sticking to a definite and kind of constant human rights advocacy issue. So it will be, I think, in the long run, it will be much more helpful and beneficial for North Korean people indeed. So, and regarding the Turkish perspective or any kind of Turkish contribution for this unification, let's say, issues, of course, when you are living in Turkey, or when you have a look at to the Turkish foreign policy agenda, of course, Korean Peninsula politics is not one of the top, let's say, agenda items, because we have already been living in a quite challenging international environment, the neighboring region. So in this sense, it's honestly speaking, as I said, Korean Peninsula is not one of the top priority of the Turkish foreign policy, yet it can be still have a kind of an important, let's say, role regarding the relations, because, for instance, through maybe kind of education and academic investment between South Korea and Turkey, and increasing the people-to-people connectivity, and kind of making, or let's say, try to increase the awareness among the Turkish society, considering the Korean Peninsula politics, would be in the at least mid-term, or let's say long term, would have a definite impact on for the people to have a kind of perspective towards those Korean Peninsula politics, because for instance, I'm trying to encourage my students, and actually they already have been quite impressed by the K-wave and the K-pop, K-drama, so they have a quite interest in South Korea, but I'm trying to also direct them towards different issues regarding for instance, the inter-Korean relations or any other topics related to Korean Peninsula. So in this sense, it might be a long way, and it might be really kind of not an easy one, but as I said, I mean, the unification and that kind of things, unfortunately, nothing happened at one night, and it will definitely take time. So one goal might be to increase the awareness among the Turkish society regarding the Korean Peninsula politics, so that maybe in time the agenda, the Turkish foreign policy agenda, would also include the Korean Peninsula politics more in the future. So considering Ms. Park's question, honestly speaking, it's a very difficult question, but really I totally agree with you. When you have applied like sanctions, it's also directly have an impact on the the ordinary citizens, or let's say the society itself. If I'm not wrong, I remember one of the articles regarding the sanctions. Actually, if I'm not wrong, maybe the title of the article was like, do the sanctions really work? If I will check it after the panel, actually. Because I think it was argued that the sanctions actually is not working on the governments, or let's say on the states that you have been like imposing sanctions. So in this sense, it's very difficult to balance the sanctions and the kind of the human rights issues, etc. But I think either the UN or the European Union or any other state who is imposing sanctions should be more kind of like balanced, and should be considering maybe not to like kind of like targeting the society, but maybe the regime itself more. So it should be very carefully chosen and very carefully implementing the sanctions. As I said, it's a very difficult balance, and I think if we have kind of like find the solution to balance this kind of like dilemma, it will be an answer to many questions regarding this sanctions and like human rights issues. And regarding Professor Roshan Ibrahimov's questions and comments, I definitely agree with your like comments, and I'm not arguing that EU can be a kind of like mediator between North Korea and South Korea. Rather, EU can play a role, maybe a kind of like trust building mechanisms through different, like, let's say, tools or mechanisms between two Koreas, because as you said, it has like many member states, and it's quite difficult for them to agree on a single foreign policy perspective and regarding Korean Peninsula. But here my kind of like emphasis is that since any tension or any kind of like aggression on Korean Peninsula, when such a thing occurs, it will directly pull China into the picture. And like pulling China into the picture means that the whole world will be somehow like kind of like impacted or kind of like influenced, because we have seen during the pandemic that when the China has imposed kind of like closing the kind of economy regarding the, during the COVID-19 pandemic, all countries somehow like having some impacts on their own like national economies too. So in this sense, if any kind of like aggression occurs within Korean Peninsula, as I said, it will directly pull China into the picture, and it means that even the EU, like because EU, China has kind of quite important like economic connections and dependencies on each other, and EU has noticed during the pandemic that if you concentrate, or if you if you turn yourself into a kind of like too much dominant, or let's say not dominant, but too much dependent only one actor, one like kind of supplier, which was China for many countries and even for the EU, then it has definitely negative impacts on your economies. So in this sense, maybe Korean Peninsula is not directly on the agenda of EU, but since the Korean Peninsula is directly linked with China and Chinese foreign policy, etc., so it also has an interest for like EU. As I said, it might be instead of being a mediator, maybe trust builder can be a better kind of like role for the European Union. Yeah, regarding the economic kind of like help or like providing some assistance, yeah, it might not be attracting the North Korean regime or North Korean, let's say, state in general. But in general, if you like, if the EU keeps up is a kind of like constant kind of like humanitarian assistance, at some point I'm kind of like optimistic it might have at least even small, maybe, but it might have some influence. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 6 more minutes to go. So if I may add one comment to our panelist, Park Hyun-ju, she emphasized the importance of dialogue. And I believe the importance of dialogue cannot be overemphasized, because from my personal experience, I served the 3 years in Dublin, Ireland, and if you recall, about 30 years ago, the headlines of world news at that time, sometimes from time to time, were dominated by a bloody terrorist attacks by IRA, which is Irish Republican Army, because it is a Northern Ireland, the regional conflict, and that kind of old, during the 30 years of regional conflict, over 3,000 people were killed due to the terrorist attacks. But that kind of savage attack has ended because in 1998, a Good Friday Agreement, so-called Belfast Agreement, was signed. So that Good Friday Agreement in 1998 brought an end to that kind of, brutal terrorist activities. And what is the keys to make a success of that kind of agreement? The key was dialogue and also trust building through dialogue. So I believe the dialogue is an essential part of achieving any kind of peace, lasting peace. So I would like to say again, I fully agree with you of you. So we are now coming to our end. So if you have any other comments, if not, then I will close the meeting. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
The session has successfully finished. I'd like to invite Head Professor Kang Jun-yeon to deliver his closing conclusion remarks.
Thank you very much. I think our today's meeting was very successful. And then, thank you for your hard work throughout today. One whole day, yeah, it's very, 뭐라 그래야 돼? Not inside, not inside. We talked today. We talked about very meaningful issue, some regional issue and some kind of culture issue today. I hope that this meeting will serve as a new starting point for future cooperation and collaboration. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's take a photo together.